By the way, everybody on Kick, I think we're gonna end on Kick tonight. So we got our I think we got a true crime and some other stuff. So if you're watching on Kick, stay tuned. Yeah, yeah. We got that going on. All right, man. Listen, I'm super excited. Super excited. 49 hours away from the release of Iceman. A lot to talk about, a lot that is happening in hip hop. We'll even talk about some stuff that's not going on in hip hop. I got my coffee tonight. Hopefully, I just get, just regular black coffee. Hopefully it could do me justice tonight. I'm going to chill off the drinking because I do realize I'm purposely streaming later today. I did stream earlier today. Shout out to all my people who watch the gambling streams. Yo, we ran up a 30 ball. 30 ball. Easy. Clean today. But, yeah, so I want to make sure I get in about 4 or 5 hours. So I'm trying to stay on stream till at least like 4 o'clock. Okay, so if you guys are rocking with me, let's see if we could get past 3. 3 is going to be we at least get past 4 hours. So rock out with me. If you guys can't stay up the whole time with me, you guys will be able to catch the rebroadcast. There's a bunch of stuff for us to talk about. We're going to get into this Foolio killers being sentenced. We are going to get into some Drake rumors. That's always going to kind of just let you know for the next 2 days. These Drake rumors or Drake stories, we're probably hopping in and out of what's going on with Iceman and Drake. It's the biggest topic. It's the most relevant topic. We're trying to get all the exclusive details. People are hitting me as right now with info. They're telling me that the CN Tower is lit up currently with some projections. So I don't know. Is the boy at the CN Tower? What is he doing there? We don't know. Or, I'm pretty sure somebody could try to find out. But all of these things are happening, and I'm excited. Thank you guys for being here with me. People want me to watch a What's the Dirt video. I will do that. I'm going to kind of create a little list here, but I think I kind of have a natural flow of what we want to get to. By the way, Rick Ross, I think Rick Ross seen y'all comments, chat. A lot of y'all were calling Rick Ross like saying he's backpedaling. Y'all saying Rick Ross ain't like that. He trying to get on Iceman or you want a verse. Rick Ross popped back out. He's talking tough now. Ross is back on some, man, fuck Drake type shit. You know what I mean? So Rick Ross seems to have rescinded his apology. I told you backtrack season was, in full effect. We've gotten a lot of apologies, some backtracks. A lot of people saying, hey, listen, I wasn't hating like that. I actually wrote down a list of ways how you could backtrack in a way that doesn't make you look too pussy. You could be like, bro, it was just music. That's a good one. That's the one right there. Nah, it was just music. It was just music. Second one, bro, it wasn't that deep. Like, yo, it's just a battle. It wasn't that deep. Okay? The third one, yo, it's been 2 years. Get over it. It's been 2 years. Get over it. So what, we called you a PDF. It's been 2 years. Get over it. Okay? That's. Then the fourth one. Well, hold on now. I ain't really pick a side during the whole thing. This is the DJ Khaled shit. I ain't pick a side. I was just chilling back. But you're my homie. I ain't pick a side. Then the next one is bro, I always fuck with you. I've always fucked with you. I just never let nobody know until now. Like, that's the point. I always rock with you. But I was definitely not about to let nobody know I still rock with you until now. This is like Groundhog's Day. It's time to poke your head up. Is it Tom? Oh, Iceman? All right, yeah, we rock with the boy. Yeah, okay, cool. And then the last one is, when I told you to go away, I ain't mean permanently. I just meant go away until Iceman was ready. I never meant go away, you're a cancer, get rid of you. No, I meant for you to just go finish your album. Okay? It's all good. People want me to watch this What's the Dirt video. I'll react to it in a second. But we should go listen to Rick Ross. By the way, everybody know I love Ross. I love Ross, but I'm going to be honest with you. Like, I think Ross looks very horrible in this whole situation. And Ross has to, like, by the way, this is another thing, too. First of all, Hot 97, no disrespect to them, dirt. How do you put out an album? How do you put an interview out with 40? Yo, by the way, Rick Ross, come holla come holler at Big Ack. Big Rick Ross and Big Ack. Bro, did you waste, you probably rolled up there with 3 Suburbans, 10 security, 15 goons, your handlers or whoever else you're moving with. No disrespect, but like, you went to Hot 97 to do an interview that did 4,000 views. Bruv, just come to Big Ack and we'll have a real conversation. With all due respect to Hot 97, why are you niggas going up there to basically, like, we're going to do more views reacting to this? Like, but anyway, you know what? Whatever. You know, as I said, I love to say, I think I make more reacting to them or talking about them than actually talking to them. So who cares? But anyway, this is really pathetic right here. So Hot 97, get y'all shit together. Anyway, Rick Ross showed up, and he showed up on Nessa's show. That's Colin Kaepernick's wife. And I guess he must have seen what y'all chat niggas been saying about what he said on Ebro's show. And what he said was, if you haven't seen, let's get into the recap. Let's go back in the time machine. He had a message, Rick Ross, Drake message. This was his message for Drake on Ebro's show, if you didn't see it.
Drake, if you listening to this, homie, listen to me. My nigga, shine. I don't want to see you lose. No real nigga want to see you lose. That ain't what niggas about. This culture, this game, this rap shit, this ain't what it's about. I don't want to see you lose. Real niggas just want to see real niggas shine together. Real niggas come up together. You understand? When I was the number 1 nigga in the rap game, I showed niggas love. When French was on fire, he showed niggas love. Drake, if you listening to this, homie,
okay,
listen to me. My nigga.
Now, a lot of us thought this was a little bit of backtracking, maybe a little bit of plea copping. However, it looks like Ross has seen y'all comments in the chat, and he don't like the fact that y'all are saying that he's begging for a feature, he's backtracking. You know what I mean? He wants to be friends back with Drake. Obviously, I gave my opinion. I said, I think Ross is realizing, because he was doing the interview alongside French Montana, that French really got no problem with Drake, and he kind of looks a little silly because you started this whole battle or beef with Drake because you were sticking up for French, who's now saying he got no problem with Drake. So it's like, what? Anyway, so Ross did another interview, and this interview, I think he's reading y'all comments because his tone has now changed. This is his tone about Drake, and let me see if I can find the timestamp. I'm pretty sure somebody put it in here. Is it this? Here we go.
It's a special connection. This is Illumina.
Okay, I don't know what that is. Come on.
Into the side pocket of.
Okay, let me just. We're just gonna go to. Let's figure it out. Where's the Drake talk at? Okay. Here we go. Okay.
A few months back, I had a concert and I was backstage. They had a VIP room with a pool table. I'm shooting pool.
Yo, why does Rick Ross? Rick Ross is like a full character. The way he says some stories. Yo, I was backstage at a pool table and they had some cold water with limes in it. Like he's like so accurate with how he's painting the picture. Go ahead, Ross.
Boom. One of my rings come off. Boom. One of the rings come off and go into the side pocket of the pool table.
But we found it, right?
And this is a 6-figure ring. The actual person that ran the huge venue overnighted the ring to me maybe 2 weeks later.
Wow.
Facts.
That's love right there.
That was love. Only in Florida.
Would you have returned it if that was you?
It's a good chance I would have returned it. I'm one of them people, and I've always said this: if it isn't mine, I don't want it. If it's mine, I gotta have it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? If it's yours, that's you.
Right.
And I want you to enjoy that.
That's nice of them to return it. I think that's the first time I've ever heard somebody return something that nice.
Without a doubt. Without a doubt.
Let's go back to verses. What made you decide to tell the DJ not to play Drake's vocals on Aston Martin music? Because there's a debate. I'm sure you've seen it. People thought, oh, you were trying to diss Drake. But some people felt like, no, you were trying to be respectful. How did...
Yo, Nessa. Bruv. Nessa. There's nobody on planet Earth that thinks he was trying to be respectful by him saying, mute Drake. All right.
How did you look at that moment?
Let's just enjoy it. Let's enjoy it without him. If they want it, let them sing it, and that's cool too. But yeah, my DJ minus that. Let's go. And there was a few chicks out there who hit a.
Listen, yes, we love that part.
Thank you, and that's what I want you to do.
Okay, I just want to be honest, because, like, we love the part. We love Drake's part too. But
man, we made history with a lot of records.
Yeah. Is it weird that I don't know why you guys don't get along? Why? What happened?
It's a lot of people that.
Oh, okay. I see Nessa's thing here. Is Angie Martinez still on Hot 97? Oh no, she's on Power 105. Yeah. Nessa takes a lot from Angie Martinez. Angie Martinez plays like that little auntie role, and she acts like she doesn't know all the details, but she got all the questions about the details we want to know. Like, you have no idea why they don't beef, but you're asking about the beef? Okay.
That don't know, but it was just, he lost focus. That's it. I'm sure he's back focused now.
Okay, so wait. So him explaining why he doesn't get along with Drake is because Drake lost focus. Yo, Rick Ross is coming up with a new excuse and I like Ross. That's the funny part about it. But Ross is coming up with a new excuse every time.
Why? What happened?
It's a lot of people that don't know, but it was just, he lost focus. That's it. I'm sure he's back focused now.
You did say that you don't want him to lose. Like, you just said that.
Yeah, and when I said that, it's so many conversations.
Now, here's the cleanup, because a lot of people thought he was copping a plea, and I think Ross looked at y'all comments and said, oh, hell no, I ain't copping no plea. Ross going to get back tough again. Here we go.
That go on, off camera, where I feel like people would love for me to say, I hate this forever. Nah, homie, it ain't that. You know what I mean? When somebody step out of line and you gotta, chastise them or give them a spanking, that's what you do. But
how did he step out of line? Like, Ross is the king of saying a lot but saying nothing. So we don't know why I don't like each other. You're saying he stepped out of line. How did he step out of line? You say you chastise him. Why? How? We don't know.
Is it one of those things where there's a conspiracy? Hell no. Don't nobody fear Drake album release.
There we go.
Nobody.
Is there a world where things can be,
Now, I'm telling you here, chat, Ross changed up his tune, in my opinion, because people are hearing rumors going around the industry. Like, you hear the Charlemagne's, like, mentioning it. Which is ironic. Everybody who supposedly don't like Drake, they're now starting rumors about Drake's album. Charlemagne and Joe Budden have both said that there is shots coming at niggas, and it's not like Drake is going to just put out this, like, like J. Cole type album where he don't want no smoke. So what's happening now is everybody's auto-correcting, assuming that there might be shots on the album about him. So Ross just said, I want this nigga to win, but now everybody's on his ass like, all right, you backpedaling, and people are kind of starting to realize that maybe their apology or their backpedaling might still result in them being dissed. So you know what? They got to kind of like hit back a little bit to kind of get ready for that. So that's why I think you're seeing his narrative change to nobody's scared of Drake's album coming out. Like, that's not the question. Why would you be scared of the album unless you think you're getting dissed, right? Right? You're only thinking you're scared of the album if you think you're getting dissed. Otherwise, you should be like, oh, no, I'll listen to it or I won't listen to it.
Where I feel like people would love for me to say, I hate this forever. Nah, homie, it ain't that. You know what I mean? When somebody step out of line and you gotta, chastise them or give them a spanking, that's what you do. But is it one of those things where there's a conspiracy? Hell no. Don't nobody fear Drake album release.
Oh.
Nobody.
Is there a world where things can be, in a better place between you two?
And what I was saying on the radio was, he speaks to French. French says a lot of positive things
Okay, so he's cleaned that comment up.
that he maybe should send French a pecan pie for, you know what I mean? Because nobody won't speak on his behalf to me, but French do. And that's what I made it clear, like, yo, you know, if anything was to ever come from that, it'd come through French because it wouldn't directly come to Rose.
I like that French is still maintaining his friendship. Like, I think there's something about showing, you know, loyalty. Like, he's able to be friends with you and also maintain his friendship.
By the way, Nessa, that's a trigger word that's happening. Hey, by the way, I want to make it very abundantly clear. I got to say like this quiet part out loud. What's happening now is that with Drake album coming up, what all these guys hate to be called is disloyal, right? And it appears that without even Drake saying it, a lot of fans feel like people switched up on Drake. You know, again, maybe they had legitimate reasons, but they all switched up at the same time. So you get words get thrown around, and a lot of these guys, you know, some of them are from the streets, Ross, I guess, right? And they stand on principles. Like, they're the guys who say they're loyal, they're this and third. But what's been happening is that this thing of, oh, you guys were disloyal, you switched up. I think that is a thing that you're hearing these rappers, if they're speaking out, they're trying to clarify or clear the air to say, hey, we weren't disloyal. We didn't switch up. You get what I'm saying?
And I think that speaks to French's character. You know, like, even if you saw his loyalty to Max B over these years.
You got to imagine Ross is thinking, well, if you're bigging up French for his loyalty, maybe you're thinking I'm disloyal. Keep listening to these answers.
It's genuine.
I like that. I do like seeing that.
And I'm not mad at that.
That's right.
And
That's
you know,
right.
I've never spoken down on no relationship my homies may have. We ain't tripping on that. And that's what I mean by that. We not on that girl shit. You know what I'm saying? If you step out of line, you know, clean your face and then keep it moving. Niggas ain't tripping. We bosses over here.
Well, I enjoyed all the, you know, the chemistry you and Drake did. You know, you gave us classics. And, you know, I'm not one of those folks who's going to, like, talk bad about Drake because you're here. I just hope everything gets resolved. I'm a mom now. I want peace. I like seeing everybody
on the
happy.
Twins on the way. The two sets of twins, yo.
Can you imagine? It'd be
that's
crazy.
Amazing. That's amazing. Chuck E. Cheese night gonna be lit.
That's gonna be crazy. The pizza's good at Chuck E. Cheese, by the way. If anyone
ain't mad at that. Shout out to Chuck E. Cheese.
I want to talk a bit. Obviously, you know, your album Set in Stone. This is your first solo album in what, almost 5
Yeah, I kind of feel like Ross is over those Drake questions too.
5 years.
When you hear records like Minks in Miami.
Oh, okay, Neil.
All right, I think that's about it. I don't think there's any more Drake references, but I think Ross, after seeing the internet comments, is kind of cleaning up everything he said in the Ebro interview, because a lot of people thought he was backtracking, or he was damn near almost like throwing it out there like, yo, give me a verse. And I think with Drake's album coming out, is Drake dissing Rick Ross? We're hearing Drake is dissing people, right? Joe Budden says he feels like he's getting dissed, right? We're hearing that there might be a Khaled diss. We're hearing there might be a who else? Who else might Charlemagne said who else was getting dissed? ASAP Rocky. So maybe Rick Ross, I would think Rick Ross is one of the biggest offenders, he might be getting dissed too. So I think his rhetoric has changed up a little bit. And now he's like, nobody's scared of Drake's album. What do y'all think, right? We'll see. We'll see. Interesting times. Everybody's telling me to watch What's the Dirt video. And by the way, I just posted this, so there's a quick update on Iceman. They're telling me right now at the CN Tower, this is Canada, this is Toronto, they said that there's ice block projections on the CN Tower. Yeah, okay. All right. How does that work? Wow. That's interesting. If everybody's reporting is right, the CN Tower it seems to be a very central and integral part, or really just Toronto in general. I mean, Drake has been in Toronto for some time now. I think this. I've told you guys this is the longest I've seen him like kind of like stay, within his city. Usually moves around a lot more, but the whole rollout seems to really have a lot of Toronto in it. We've seen him at the city center. It's like City Hall. He was recording music. They say supposedly he was like shooting music videos here based on some silhouette type of like thing that people seen, like somebody walking around the top part of this thing. The blocks of ice were near the downtown area. So there's and then there's trucks that's driving through with ice. So a lot of his rollout seems to be Canada centric. I don't know what we take from that. Is he gonna keep more of that Torontonian sound? I will say if he's going with heavy Canada stuff, I think 2 albums come in mind that maybe the album sonically might sound like these albums. First is Nothing Was the Same. I think Nothing Was the Same felt like he that's after Take Care and Thank Me Later. He was a little bit more Toronto-ish with that, but definitely Views. Views felt like it was a album that he was back home. So I don't know. Okay. I wonder when we're going to get like an explanation of what the fuck is going on, right? Like, there's a little bit of confusion, I'll be honest. Like, he's definitely doing things, and I do appreciate it. I think this is the most effort I've seen Drake do in a long time. They got Drake working, and maybe it's because he's at odds with his label. I'm wondering who's paying for all this. But he's working like he's on like his first or second album. This seems like an actual rollout. The only thing is, I need to see things connect. Like, why the theme Iceman? Why Iceman? Is the songs gonna help me make it make sense? Is the episode gonna make it make sense? He clearly has some type of premise because he's sticking to a cohesive theme. We'll have to see. All right, but yeah, this is going on right now in Toronto. Okay. Here we go. There is a What's the Dirt video where he says Drake Iceman rollout exposed Jay-Z's Ghostwriter. Let's watch this.
Mapping it all out. On June 28th, 2024, just 5 weeks after the last diss track dropped in the battle between Kendrick and Drake, a mysterious page called Plot Twist surfaced on Instagram. And it didn't take long for people to connect the fact that this account did belong to Drake. Mixed in with the occasional photo of Drake, most people dismissed this page as a bunch of random, meaningless images with no clear pattern or logic. However, as time went on, it became clear that many of those posts were anything but random. It turns out a lot of the cryptic imagery was intentional and part of a larger, carefully calculated plan. With Plot Twist, Drake was planting early seeds of what was to come, clues that in some cases wouldn't fully make sense until months and even years later. The Iceman title itself had been referenced multiple times on Plot Twist well before the official announcement. Even Drake's now famous ice sculpture in downtown Toronto had seemingly been foreshadowed nearly 2 years earlier, and the same goes for that massive explosion. What was once random is clearly a calculated plan. When the streamer Kitschka discovered
that explosion, we still haven't, did we see something? That explosion was supposedly real. We haven't seen a video, we haven't seen anything for it. Like, what was that?
Magazine inside that sculpture, I immediately knew that within those pages there were even more clues. One look at the style of the imagery told the story right away. This was a continuation of the Plot Twist account, but in physical form. I watched as Kitschka flipped through the magazine, and what stood out to me wasn't what he showed, it was what he didn't. When I zoomed in, something didn't add up. The magazine was clearly way thicker than what he showed on stream, and there's no way the rest of those pages were just blank. There appeared to be way more in that book than what was shown. And on April 25th, that turned out to be true. A website went live, reportedly outside of Drake's immediate team, and for the first time, we got to see what the stream hadn't shown us. We now had 69 pages of very cryptic info that needed to be broke down. And that's exactly what I've been doing for the last 2 weeks, page by page.
Yo, my boy got an OVO skateboard? Holy.
Crunching 16-hour days to decode the whole thing. However, when I got to page 34, that's where things really got interesting. One look at this slide and it's
Page 34. What is this?
just like everything else that Drake has done over the course of the last 2 years. It doesn't look like much. However, after days of work, I started to make some really insane connections, and it starts right with the image in the middle of the page. This is a rapper by the name of Calico. Now, what's interesting about this image is it only comes up in 2 places on the entire internet, and one of them is a Memphis, Tennessee hip-hop YouTube channel. In fact, this appears to be where Drake found the image for his zine in the first place. As you can see, they're identical. What we have here is a faded looking old CD with the name Calico written all over it. The font design for Calico itself is meant to look like steel or some sort of metal, and keep all that in mind. The crazy thing about this whole thing is this was only uploaded to that YouTube channel 1 month ago, and the Iceman zine dropped 2 weeks ago, which means that Drake's team sourced this image and included it in the zine all in the last month. Stay with me. If we look closer at the image, you can see that the title of the CD is called Snippets, and the word itself is pretty blurry. These blurry visuals is pretty much the hallmark of the Iceman rollout. Drake has done it a bunch. Pretty much all the songs that Drake dropped featured these blurry visuals for the words, and even on Drake's Plot Twist Finsta account, he had a hard drive that said Blur Zine on it. And that's exactly what we got in this zine. There's a lot of images and things that are like crazy blurry. Anyways, when we play the song that's on that Tennessee YouTube channel, this is the track that plays.
I'm trying to go from pebbles to bricks, from a 10 speed to pedaling 6. Dash holding my clip, cash in a stash, and a bad chick rolling my split.
So whoever it is, he's actually pretty nice, but he doesn't sound like he's from Memphis, Tennessee.
Think back, life is a shorty. Was hard cause moms couldn't afford me, but wouldn't abort me.
The dude sounds like he's from Brooklyn. And if that's the case, then why would a YouTube channel that only posts Memphis, Tennessee hip-hop randomly post a no-name rapper from Brooklyn? Pretty fair question, right? The whole reason for doing this was that it was a clue to lead you to Memphis Bleak, because that's exactly who this rapper Calico was signed to under Get Low Records. Calico was affiliated with...
Wait, what? Hold on. That was a crazy leap. Hold on.
I'm trying to go from pebbles to bricks, from a 10 speed to pedaling 6. Dash holding my clip, cash in a stash, and a bad chick rolling my split.
So whoever it is, he's actually pretty nice, but he doesn't sound like he's from Memphis, Tennessee.
Think back, life is a shorty. Was hard cause moms couldn't afford me, but wouldn't abort me.
The dude sounds like he's from Brooklyn. And if that's the case, then why would a YouTube channel that only posts Memphis, Tennessee hip-hop randomly post a no-name rapper from Brooklyn? Pretty fair question, right? The whole reason for doing this was that it was a clue to lead you to Memphis Bleak, because that's exactly who this rapper Calico was signed to under Get Low Records. Calico was affiliated with Rockefeller, and I think in a very big way. So where did this random CD and song come from? Well, I believe this whole thing was uploaded and created by Drake's team. I don't think this is even a real CD. I don't think Calico ever released a project called Snippets, and by the end of this video, you'll understand it. The only other place on the entire internet with this CD and exact image is on Discogs.com. As you could see, apparently there are 15 more untitled songs, all called Untitled, on this Snippets album. And that website is just like the YouTube channel. It was uploaded to the website a month ago. So with all that, it was time to do a deep dive into who Calico was, and there was only a handful of records with Memphis Bleak. There was a Superman remix.
You wasn't there when I was on the block moving grams, hand to hand, ducking the vans. Now you trying to put a wedding band on my hand, but I don't save a hoe. I blaze and go.
And I found an In the Club remix.
My whole team aim and shoot. I'm from the blocks where even the fiends aim and shoot. I throw bread in the streets so the birds can come. Only thing y'all slinging is raps. I ain't into all that.
There were a couple other records, but the more I looked at a lot of his flows, I definitely started to see a lot of Jay-Z in there. And the further I looked, the more interesting this thing got. It turns out that exact untitled song that was uploaded to that Memphis YouTube channel was actually a bootleg bonus track from the Diplomats Volume 2 mixtape. It was listed as track 19, and you'll see from this YouTube video it's the exact same record.
From a 10 speed to pedaling 6, dash holding my clip, cash in a stash and a bad chick rolling my spliffs. I'm trying to go from pebbles to bricks, from a 10 speed to pedaling 6.
Keep in mind the dude was signed to Memphis Bleak at the time. However, just 1 year later in 2003, Jay-Z would drop the Black album, and shortly after he released his Fade to Black documentary, and this film includes several video clips of studio sessions where he's seen making the album in real time. And even though he's under Bleak and fairly unknown, for whatever reason, Calico is in the studio with Jay-Z and Young Guru while making the Black album.
It's like, truthfully, it's whack. Like, I be feeling that way too. Like, I don't be wanting to do that.
I remember seeing. Is this Calico?
Like, sometimes that's all niggas want to hear. You get fed up. Like, you gotta take the long route. Like, that shit's aggravating.
Why would you write a rhyme that you don't want to write?
Nah, that's what I'm saying. I'm still trying to find myself to this day, Guru.
That shit ain't hard, be the fuck you.
I know, but I'm saying, like, to where the
Drill, remove this part. Jay-Z is gonna strike my channel. This is Fade to Black, a documentary that he owns. You know how Jay plays with me. He doesn't like when I'm putting and highlighting anything that makes him not look good. So I don't know if he's going to strike What's the Dirt, but he'll definitely strike me. So eliminate this. This is from Fade to Black documentary. It came out in 2004 or 2005, actually. I think 2005.
put it out to the people, man. That shit's aggravating.
And my guy Mars from Twitter actually found that clip. So at this point, Calico had been signed to Get Low Records for several years, but he's basically a nobody, yet we see him in the studio with Jay-Z.
That's interesting.
For one of the most important albums of his career. I mean, Calico didn't...
Now, granted, sometimes studio is a place a lot of people congregate. If we don't see him doing anything creative, he's just in here talking. A lot of times you have people who come to the studio for vibes. You never know.
Didn't have a single, he didn't have a mixtape, and he especially didn't have an album. He hardly released any music at all. The guy, in every sense, is a ghost. There's hardly anything about Calico online, and as much interviews and podcasts that Memphis Bleak has done, the name Calico is never brought up. And again, the guy's nice, like he's mad talented, so what happened? Well, I found one other video, and this appears to be from around 2006, and at the time, J.R. Writer of Dipset had dissed Jay-Z on a track called I Got Him.
This pure dope off boat. It's over for the rock.
And when JR dropped that record,
I said, why would he be there? He's a nobody. Well, in a studio, you could see random chicks, random hoes. And because Jay-Z had a crew, Rockefeller, I don't know. Sometimes the big artists don't like other people in their studio session, and maybe sometimes they're liberal with it. Like maybe they're a studio rat, and they allow a lot of people to come in. Never know, you know?
Record, for whatever reason, Calico decided that he was going to be the person that responded on Jay-Z's behalf. At this point, the dude was around Rockefeller for years, but in the video, Memphis Bleak still introduces him.
This is my man Cali, the young assassin. Everybody calling themselves a gun in the game. Rugers and ARs, and this nigga's a Cali, so it's 100 in that. It's 100 in that. We bigger than what you got.
From here, we see a bunch of visuals from within the Rockefeller headquarters, and we see the name Calico with the track name, but for whatever reason, it's not even under Get Low Records. It's under Rock La Familia, which was an international sub-label of Rockefeller, which only raises even more questions. Rock La Familia was set up to sign artists in genres like reggae and Latin music. So why was Calico now under this umbrella, and why wasn't he with Get Low Records anymore? I believe Jay-Z scooped him up very quickly from Memphis Bleak, which is why we never got any music. I think he tucked him away on that label, and that's why we saw him in the studio for the Black Album. Anyways, on the track, Calico is literally dissing J.R. Writer on behalf of Jay-Z. He literally says on the track that he's doing this because Hove is busy.
Nope, Hove is busy. Now fall back, young, say it to a nigga like me. I keep hearing chat how J.R. ill. Look, he's alright, but he not real.
And look, I'm not trying to twist this. I'm a huge fan of Jay-Z, but guys, like, when I listen to this dude, like, I can see it. Like, I can hear it.
Leave him in the woods so nobody won't bother him until they start smelling them. Damn, that boy stink.
With that said, there's definitely another layer to this. If you look in Bleak's hand at the beginning of the music video, you can see he's holding an orange lacy hard drive. This was something found by my guy Mars on Twitter, and I'm gonna link his channel in the description. Now, what's interesting about this is Plot Twist, the Finsta account from Drake that's been posting non-stop cryptic info, many of which comes true, literally had this exact same hard drive uploaded. I think Jay-Z had a ghostwriter.
Okay. I'm gonna be honest, everybody in music has this. I got like 4 of these. So if, by the way, I'm watching this to see, this is a very popular hard drive. Ever since they started stealing music, like labels give this out. And usually tell, so when you go to a studio, because people's emails get hacked, they usually say, especially for big artists, so your A&R, they'll bring this to the studio, and when the song gets created, they'll be like, you're gonna bounce it to my drive, and you're not gonna email my motherfucking song. You can have it locally, but you don't email. This is after people's emails start. That's when phishing just started popping up, and you know, you got stupid producers and engineers clicking links. They would use these. These are kind of like almost like an enterprise type of hard drive. So these are very popular. These are very popular. I'm not gonna lie. So I you know, being fair, I wouldn't say because Bleak has one of these in his hands and Drake posted one of these means that they're linked. The majority of artists or their A&Rs or their manager has one of these. You get what I'm saying?
Had this exact same hard drive uploaded. I think Jay-Z had a ghostwriter, and Drake knows about it and has proof. When we look at the Calico artwork, again, I believe Drake's team made this design. I don't think it's real. The metal font for Calico is written in platinum, and just think about that. In fact, Jay-Z's Reasonable Doubt was another album that had that metal texture. We see these lines across the album, and similar things show up in Drake's zine. The Snippets album from Calico has a blurred font, just like the Iceman rollout. There's even a hard drive on Plot Twist called Blur.
Now, that I'll give him some credit. I'll give What's the Dirt some credit because some of this stuff, like with the stuff being uploaded a month ago, this and third, and the magazine, it does seem eerily coincidental.
Zine. Look, Calico never had a chance to release a project, and he eventually changed his name to Calvin Ray. So why did this guy never drop a project under the name Calico? Why has nobody ever mentioned this dude at all? And why did this guy change his name? What really makes it all connect is when you look at this page in full, it has Aaliyah and Lil Kim, two artists who also had writers. It's well documented that Biggie wrote for Kim, and it's well documented that R. Kelly wrote for Aaliyah. Then we see the Calgary Flames logo, and what's crazy about this logo is two different people are confused for drawing it. On sportslogohistory.com, it says there's some debate about the logo's creator, with some sources saying Patricia Reddit drew it, and others say Brent Lynch. The main theme on that page is definitely writers, for sure. Then we have the Iceman van in the left bottom corner, which is a Japanese ice company, and when I tried to purchase the Calico Snippet CD from that Discog website, that CD literally ships from Japan. This whole thing is nuts. And then as I thought back, I remember Drake's Duppy freestyle when he dissed Pusha T and Kanye, And I started thinking about this line a little bit differently.
You send shots, well, I gotta challenge those. But I bring calicos to the Alamo. I could never have a Virgil in my circle and hold him back because he makes me nervous.
Then when I looked into Calvin Ray's,
I bring calicos to the Alamo. I always thought that line stood out, but I never connected it. Let me see. What was the Duppy freestyle? What was the annotation about it then? Calico. Like, we obviously know, like, what it means on face value, but what people are saying. Him saying Calico to the Alamo. I always thought it was like a battle rap type of thing. I bring Calico to the Alamo. That felt like a battle rap line, but maybe it had more meaning.
His music, which again is the name that Calico got changed to, on his track titled Rap and Real Life, he insinuates that Jay-Z is lying about his life in his music.
10 years trying to get in the game. Now I'm starting to feel like fuck the games. And no, it's not hate. I just need you to understand Jay-Z is not busting the cave.
Unfortunately, outside of the few tracks on his YouTube channel, I can't find any of his other music. It looks like he did upload a couple tapes to that Piff at one point, but of course that's not available. Either way, I feel like all the connections made were at least enough to raise some questions. Who is Calico? What happened to his career inside the Rockefeller umbrella? Why didn't he release a single, mixtape, or project when he's so talented? Why doesn't he have a single feature on any of Bleek's or Hove's projects? Why is he in the studio with Hove while making the Black album? Why did he switch from Get Low Records to Rock La Familia when that was never a label for rappers in the first place? Why does nobody ever bring this guy up?
Not necessarily true, because True Life was on Rock La Familia. Yeah, but it was meant for Hispanic artists.
Why does it seem like his entire online presence has been damn near scrubbed? And why is he showing up in Drake's zine paired with a bunch of artists who use writers? Maybe one day we'll find out.
He raises some interesting questions. I wouldn't go immediately to say that means, or it probably suggests that Jay-Z uses writers. I would say those coincidences are interesting. With all due respect, though, I would say no matter what, and yeah, clearly, I'm not the biggest fan of, not necessarily Jay-Z's music, but, Jay-Z at this point, Rock Nation shit, right? But I wouldn't put his pen in question over this coincidence until we have a lot more proof. So I would say there's some things to kind of like probably look into, but I wouldn't say this kind of suggests heavily that he's using writers. Because again, one of the things with someone using writers is that I don't know how much of this guy's work that exists. If you can't find some similar songs or like very similar cadences or hooks, like that's usually natural when someone has a writer. Like you'll have a guy who, all right, let's say Quentin, right? Quentin had a lot of cadences that literally matched what people thought were Drake's cadences on If Your Arena's Too Late. So it kind of made sense if they're like, oh, they must have collaborated or something like that. I can't say the same about this Calico guy and Jay-Z yet. So I want to be fair. All right. Interesting. Yeah, you got some valid points, but we can't also be too thirsty. Like, he's doing his job, right? Like, he's raising questions, and I'm pretty sure he's going to keep doing his research to figure out, like, what is the truth. But us as, like, fans who are kind of watching this, we can't just jump out the window just because we don't like Jay. Jay is a talented artist, and I think what's been associated with Jay is accusations that he has been influenced by people, or he's taken people's lines and stuff like that. never really, oh, yeah, there's this guy who is so hidden that nobody knows that's writing his raps. You know? So, all right. Really quickly, chat. Homeboy Chud the Builder. He's going through it. Kind of talked about this either on earlier stream or the stream yesterday. But apparently he is now getting exposed left and right. A black woman has now came out to let people know that she was in a relationship with Chud the Builder, and she claimed she was pegging him. I don't know what's the latest obsession with all these men now admitting that they were either getting pegged or accusations they were getting pegged. But apparently Chud was loving himself some BBC, pause, before he turned full-blown, racist. Check this out.
But I am a Chud.
Right. You're not my Dalton. You used to come to my house. I fed you.
Yeah, you were cool as shit. I don't remember you that much, but I do remember I know you. See, we got roots.
You're following Liver King. You used to sell me weed. I fed you before.
It's been a long time.
Okay.
But I healed your stomach by teaching you how to eat real food?
Yes. So that's
what was your name again?
I'm Lana, but that's
Lana.
Why I'm confused what happened to you. Because you're not racist. I know that. I fed you. I have not fucked Dalton since like 2015.
Oh, so the girl he met is like, oh, yo, I met a different version of you. Like, you weren't this racist. What the hell happened to you?
What's up, y'all? Lily Venus here. Pretty bitch with a big dick. It's literally in my bio.
Pause.
I'm only bringing this up because Chud the Builder's cameraman put our conversation on Broadway on YouTube. Now millions of people know what I look like fresh off work. Fucking great. But in the caption it said that black woman who used to smoke mid and get raw dogged by Chud the Builder. Well, he's not lying. I already told y'all we used to smoke. He used to sell me weed. And we did raw dog. A lot. Me, him, and my ex-wife. I am a professional pegger. It is no secret that I perform prostate massages, if you will, for men. I've been doing it for a very long time now. Most of my clientele is white men. We sign NDA agreements. I talk about me pegging all the time, but I never tell you names because discretion is key. Confidentiality is why my client list is so long. But Chud mentioned it first. I think that he said it the way he said it because the white supremacists were probably like, ew, you used to hang out with a black girl, shame on you. So they had to make it sound good. But see, here's the thing. I'm an egregore too. Lily Venus, hi. Hail the great mother. So I am all about enlightenment, controversy, occultism, witchcraft, and of course, love. So me talking about this is what my brand is about. Let's expose it, bro. So yes, pretty bitch with a big dick.
Whoa.
I have not fucked Dalton since like 2015. He was a little chubbier then. His cheeks used to clap in such
what? Bruv.
Like the cutest way. Now Chud, he doesn't even have a little chubby butt no more, so I probably wouldn't fuck him again. But I'm wondering, did you bring that up because you want to spin the block? Now, when I first fucked him, he was a virgin, and I'm having a hunch that he probably hasn't been fucked since me and my ex-wife. We can start small, buddy. I got you, but you don't have to fucking...
Too much. Too far, dog. Too far. Bumbleclaw, dog. Too far.
Cap. Like, if you're gonna say that we fucked, say the whole truth, okay? Now, with that being said, why do I peg? Because it's a hustle and it helps me get through college. I'm still in college. But now I don't have a choice. I will forever be a top because I had a surgery 3 years ago. The doctor fucked up and chopped my coochie off. And that's just that on that.
Bruv, I don't even know what I just heard. Anyway, Chud, who I told you guys got arrested, he's now back on the internet, fresh out of jail. And, apparently he's claiming that the FBI pulled up on him because he was chimping out. Check this out. So the FBI had a conversation with Chud the Builder for him chimping out. They actually believe that he might be a part of some hate group or he might be a part of some terrorist group. Why? Chud the Builder has been chimping out. By the way, isn't it ironic? He accuses black people of not being able to act civilized, yet he's the only one getting arrested in all these situations. He's been arrested twice in the last couple of weeks. Check this out with him talking about what he went through when the federal authorities questioned him about his chimping out.
Listen, they took me to a fucking building that was not the jail.
You can't hear it, could you? All right, let me see if I could try to Chud the Builder, FBI. Let me see if I could. Trying to amplify it here.
Why he?
Okay, how can I fucking amplify this shit? Damn. If I can't. All right, I'm gonna just have to try to turn this up, right?
Listen, they took me to a fucking building that was not the jail. After they arrested me, they did not take me to the jail to book immediately. They took me to some building. Then some dude in plain clothes gets out. He's clearly a detective. And he takes me into the fucking room in the back of the building. Leaves me there for a fucking hour. Again, handcuffed. I'm not gonna lie, he's a nice guy. He tells me, that, oh, the FBI is interested in talking to you. We're waiting on him. I sat there for longer.
Chud, they want to talk to you because you're chimping out.
And they sit down. He's like, okay, I'm with the terrorist, anti-terrorist organization or fucking whatever unit. He says, I'm from New York, and I come down here. I love it down in Nashville. So we're sitting there, and he's talking to me, asking me questions, saying, "Are you with any organizations?" And I'm like, organizations? I'm literally just a dude with a fucking phone. Just a nigger with a phone. Then he says, well, are you affiliated with the GDL? I'm like, what the fuck is a GDL? Never even heard nothing like that. The Goyim Defense League. I'm like, okay, is that Goyim retarded boy, handsome truth pagan fag?
Oh, my bad. I was just trying to tell him to watch out with the N-word. We don't want him and his terrorist association to be spewing hatred like this.
You guys chuckled. Guy chuckled. He said, that's funny. I said, yeah, fuck, it is funny. Because I said, he seems like a bigger fed than you guys. Talk about a subversive Jew. Then they started asking me, oh, we see that you applied for a passport, and everything that's going on around you. We're just curious, man. We're just concerned. I said, listen, I don't give a fuck. I have nothing to hide. It's 2 a.m. in the fucking morning. I'm tired as shit. I know you guys do this shit on purpose. You get people, neurotically stressed via fucking sleep deprivation, and then you interrogate them. I have nothing to hide from you people. The grace of God is with me. Do you have any
I'm wondering why Chud didn't call them the N-word and accuse the feds of chimping out. Or does he only do that to people who are black in Nashville who don't want to get filmed and are minding their business?
intention on harming people? I pray every day I do not have to ever use any lethal force or any type of force, whether non-lethal or lethal. I get on my knees and pray every single morning, before every.
Yo, Chud, I got a wager for you. I'm a betting man. I got a wager for you, and you're right. I pray you never have to use your weapon either. But I got a wager. Because you think only your gun works. I got a friendly wager. If God forbid you're ever in that situation and a gun is used, I think it probably won't be yours. If you want to take that bet? Because you have already showed your hands to everyone. They know your weapon of choice. You're telling them that when they see you, if they try to touch you, you're going to mace them. So at this point, people are going to have to just come prepared, right? They got to be ready for mace if they touch you or whatever. And you have now said you're going to leave some people's brains on the pavement, which means it wouldn't be smart for someone to pull up on you unarmed, which is only right that people even the playing field. And listen, I'm warning all Americans. Chud the Builder is running around thinking that he's the only one that has a Second Amendment right. If you're pulling up on him, please be cautioned. He's extremely dangerous, not only with his rhetoric, but with his understanding of the law, because he thinks that antagonizing is him practicing his free speech right. If you pull up on him, you should probably have a weapon too. Maybe multiple. Not one, maybe two, maybe three. Okay? Maybe have a couple of your homeboys. And he's already promised that he's ready to lay somebody's brain on the pavement. Again, for any law-abiding citizens that also is armed, maybe you want to have a couple of your homies, because he think y'all about to have a good old Texas-style shootout. All right? I don't think this guy's thinking it through all the way, but I'm waiting for Chud to live up to some of his promises. I don't think it's going to go too well. The feds have now scared. I've never seen this boy look so scared. He looked like he's now, he seems so sad that he can't be racist no more. It's like, yeah, they're investigating me. Yeah, nigga. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he's being investigated, or at least being looked into by the feds. And you know why? Because what he's doing is a divisive thing, right? Like, simple and plain. They think he's a terrorist because he's trying to create a race war. Black and white people have came so far from such social issues that have divided us in the past that when a goddamn honky like you comes out here and you're intentionally trying to start problems and you're trying to have the entire black race be mad at the entire white race, when really it's not all white people, it's just you. And I'm not even going to lie to you. Like, I hate to make predictions because I'm sometimes good with them. You know who I think might actually smoke this nigga? It might be a white dude. You know why? Because a nigga like this gonna fuck up all the progress. This white dude right here is gonna fuck up all the progress between black and white people. It might just be another white dude that smokes this guy. Real talk. But I do want to warn all Americans, Chud the Builder has promised, not threatened, but he's promised that if he is approached a certain way, he's down to use deadly force. So I would say approach with caution. This guy is heavily armed. Make sure if you are in his vicinity, if you don't have don't bring no knife to no gun battle. And again, I'm not saying you should do nothing with a gun, but I'm just letting you know, I wouldn't walk up on a man that has a gun unless I got a gun. So just please be warned. The FBI is looking at him. He's an antagonizer. And he's trying his best to get a self-defense case that he think he could get his little George Zimmerman off, or Kyle Rittenhouse off. It's not going to happen. Don't bite into it, but make sure you're protected, because according to him, he's going to leave someone black brains on the pavement, and just that alone maybe doesn't constitute a threat individually, but it constitutes a definite warning, which means if you walk up on him, listen, you're in the state of good old Tennessee. You could open carry. Keep your hands on yours, because I think he got his hands on his. We're going to see how long this lasts. He's been arrested twice. The FBI is now looking into him, and he clearly has some type of penchant to try to incite racial violence, except only a white racist would actually agree with his tactics and his way of moving around. So you got to watch out for the white dudes who are actually like secretly trying to live vicariously through them. They racist too, but they just pussy. So we will see what happens with Chud the Builder. He's been arrested twice. By the way, I think somebody should be looking into, can he carry a gun legally? He's been out on bail for one case. Now he's caught another case. In both cases, he had a weapon. Now, granted, none of the cases included him brandishing a weapon or threatening someone with a weapon. However, sometimes when you're granted bond for a situation, it might be like you have to surrender your gun. So make sure he's legally carrying a gun, but just be safe out there. This guy, he's a menace, and I appreciate the FBI for interrogating him. He does come across as a divisive terrorist, okay? You never know. This nigga might be getting paid by Israel or something, okay? Dead ass. Anyway, please be warned. All right, listen to the rest of this, but we're going to move the fuck on.
Stream. It's the last thing I ever want to do. Which is why I try to de-escalate, and all of my streams prove that.
Cap.
These people took all my phones. That is evidence of the crime of me.
Yeah, so they got an investigation going on you.
Streaming me walking out, disorderly conduct. I don't believe that for a second. I don't believe that for a second.
Well, here's the thing, and this is where he's opening himself up to some legal issues. He keeps thinking everything is self-defense. Someone should probably tell him that everything isn't self-defense. For example, if you're seen as possibly assaulting someone, right, and it doesn't fall under self-defense, that's where the feds will come in. Because if he pepper sprays someone black, it wouldn't be a regular assault. It would be legit a hate crime. He's literally walking around using racial epithets, and he's then trying to pepper spray them or goad them into a situation where he could use a gun. That would technically be a hate crime if he is seen to be in the wrong of any of these situations.
So, I wake up the next day, I try to go to the Apple store and buy new phones because I don't even want the old ones back. Clone them, put a fucking bomb in them, put a pager bomb in them. I don't even want them back, so I go to buy new phones at the store. Bank card won't work. Go to the ATM, won't work. I'm calling the bank, customer service on the phone with them. Hey, can you unlock our card? Okay, it should be unlocked. I'm putting a code on it to force the transaction now. I go to the fucking store, try to work. Doesn't work.
Okay, interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, Chud the Builder. I seen Charlemagne. He got donkey today. And, you know, it's one of those, you know how much of a piece of shit you got to be where, like, almost every black person I've seen unite with this. You know what I mean? Like, there's certain situations where, like, black people are divided. Like, I'm gonna show you one in a second where I think black people are going to be divided. But this, every black person, when they see this guy, all they could see is a pile of steaming shit. Like there's nobody who's defending this guy. This guy's just a piece of garbage, right? Like, straight up just a piece of garbage. Let me see. Can I find the Donkey of the Day thing? This is Charlemagne talking about it. And after I'll play you something where reasonably people might be divided on that topic. But this guy right here, everybody knows, piece of shit.
You camera? What up, nigga?
And by the way, someone says Charleston White. No, Charleston White isn't divided. Charleston White is just challenging black people to say, hey, listen, we see you guys kill each other for less. Go do something now. He's not saying this guy is great. He is speaking about this guy as it is a good thing that he is holding up the mirror to the black community to show that we only harm each other. But he's kind of saying the same thing. Yo, y'all be doing all type of shit to each other, not caring about jail, this and third. Well, what about this guy right here? Is it because he has a gun? Well, you know, if you just slap the shit out of him, he can't shoot you. That's just not how it works. So I thought y'all say, yeah, that's kind of his angle. I know it kind of comes across like he loves the guy, but he's trying to show the black community like y'all activate so quickly to kill each other, but this guy walks around with impunity.
How you been, nigga? They chimping out again. The real YNs recognize real. Real niggas recognize real, but you fake. Nigga. Oh, I'm not? Do you know what America is? Free speech. Tell me I can't say something again. This is America. This is America. I can call him a if I want. Hey, is that black guy bothering you? Is that bothering you? Oh, no. He laughed about it. What a good sport. That actually...
Now, this is where I do disagree with Myron. This guy's a piece of shit. I'm telling you. This guy's a piece of shit.
Baby laugh, bro.
I keep telling you, the first nigga that gets a good video of them slapping Earth, Wind, and Fire, or at least giving them a 10-piece combo, no fries with a goddamn lemonade. Even if you get a simple assault or something like that, trust, your GoFundMe is going to be lit. We might even have a marathon for your ass on this bitch. I ain't even going to lie to you.
That guy laughs. Round of applause to the first brother, okay? Because you know the problem I have with some of these scenarios? I don't be hearing enough slurs being hurled back at folks, okay? What be wrong with your tongues? All right, I know it's shocking when a crack-ass cracker like Chud the Builder tries you, but you got to take a deep breath, okay, and understand the power that lies.
Nah, we ain't doing slur for slur. Fuck all that. We need some Memphis niggas. We need some Memphis niggas in Nashville to handle this problem, man. Because I'm telling you, anytime someone talks like how this guy is talking, he ain't really about it. Like, when a guy is talking so freely, he ain't never shot none. He's trying to scare people with the gun. There's gonna be somebody who got a gun too or don't give a damn. That boy ain't trying to shoot nobody. Let's be honest.
Within your tongue, all right? Cracker, peckerwood, honky, milk cricket, white devil, pigskin punk. I'm just saying there's a few you can let go towards a white supremacist like Chud the Builder, okay? There's nothing wrong with matching energies, okay? And if you're in an open carry state, you got a legal firearm. If he threatens to mace you, then you flash him and let him know what could happen if he, assaults you with that mace, okay?
You can't flash. You can defend yourself, sir.
I didn't even say defend.
You said flash. You can't do that. You got to defend yourself.
No, if you threaten me with mace, you pull out your can of mace and show me you got your mace. I'm
scared.
I'm gonna show you I got my thing too. Okay, so if you assault me with your mace, I'm gonna defend myself.
I'm gonna protect myself. That's right.
All right, now, why you interrupt me?
I'm sorry.
Okay, Jesus Christ. Now, there's nothing wrong with matching energies. Okay, ever. All right. Now, I don't think society understands. What I think society don't understand about people like Chud is he's just a terrible human. Okay, and terrible humans don't really care about other humans. I know he's a racist, and you think that he might only act an ass toward black people, but no.
Hold on. I just seen some shit. Wait, hold on. This better not be true, bro. I know they said Sneako not supporting this nigga. Like, come on, bruv. They said Sneako, what? It said Sneako said he spoke to him and warned him to stay.
Chud the Builder's side. Yeah, I saw that. What do you guys think about Chud the Builder? What do you guys think about him? He chimped out on me. He chimped out on me when I met with Ed Craven, the Kick CEO. He was really upset that I had a meeting with...
Who gives a fuck what he thinks?
The Kick CEO. And I messaged him. I'm like, you chimped out on me. And he's like, yeah, you're right. And I saw he's getting his hat snatched. I'll just be straight up. I reached out to him and I told him, bro, you should probably do some desktops because a lot of people are thinking that...
Yo, Sneako, I'm going to keep it a bean. You my friend, but we might have to take your nigga pass. We can't have you say nigga no more neither, bro. Hold on now, nigga. Hell nah. You see the N-word don't hit it. Like, you look like you from Vietnam or some shit, nigga. Hold on now, brother. You over here telling this nigga safety tips? Nah. Let him stay out in the streets. What do you mean? Talking about you tell him to stay inside like you care about as well. Yo, Sneako, we might have to revoke your nigga pass, bro. Word up, bro. Hell nah. You can't be telling the white supremacists how to survive the storm. What the fuck? Yo, let me put it in your words. It's like telling the Israel niggas how to... Yo, what's wrong with you, brother? Nah, hell nah, Sneako. We might have to, do a research on you, bro. We don't know if you could say nigga for the next month, bro. You tweaking. How the hell you over here trying to give the racist nigga advice on how to keep being racist and not... What the hell going... Sneako.
You are going to be a target. A lot of people want him dead. I'll just put it straight up. And I don't agree with a lot of what he does. It can't be...
See, that's another thing. Yo, Sneako, stop lying. Ain't nobody want that nigga dead. That's cap. No, you see, this is how y'all start. This is why y'all start validating this chimping out thing. Nobody want him dead. There's just certain type of people you don't antagonize in public, and they just walk away, or you get to be just saying he's chimping out. Like, there's a lot of places in America you don't go to do these little pranks. You get slapped. Or it was much worse, or they just might meet your energy, whatever your energy is. Keep in mind, I don't hear these people telling him he's the one that usually says, oh, I got a gun. They don't tell him that first. He's the one who says, I wish I would. So Sneako, come on now. What's wrong with you, brother?
Be antagonizing, but a lot of stuff's funny. I can't even lie to you.
Oh, hell no. Ain't nothing about it funny. Ain't nothing about it funny. Nope. Sneako, we might have to take your black card. We can't have you. Come on, Sneako. It would be funny to you because I don't think the epithet. Yo, Sneako, ain't you Muslim, nigga? If I said some anti-Muslim shit, nigga, you be in your feelings, nigga, like praying on a rug 15 times, nigga. You not black. So, like, what you mean? Ain't none of this shit funny. Ain't none of this shit funny. Because, again, it's, for example, let me use Sneako as an example. Sneako, you say the N-word. You ain't black. But there's a lot of gray area when it comes to this, like, people saying the N-word, like you're using it as a colloquial, as a term of endearment. And you yourself don't even say the hard ER. It's very different. And by the way, I've seen a white dude say nigga, and people aren't going to be up in arms. This guy's clearly different. It's hard for me to be amused by a white dude walking around in a town that, if you kind of look on it on face value, is kind of already like trying to, like, on a social status, like make white people feel like they're a little bit better than other races. And he's antagonizing homeless black folks and other black folks that are minding their business in the streets. And he's not only just attacking them for what they're doing to him, he's inciting arguments that he could call them. And when you hear most of his rhetoric, he applies it to the entire race, not just one person who may offend him. It's not that it ain't amusing to me. It could be amusing to you or whatever you got going on, but yeah, like, yo, I guarantee if this was some Islam shit, if this was some Islam bullshit, I guarantee that nigga Sneako would have been on some other shit. You know what I mean? He go hard for the Islam. Oh, Sneako called me now. Yo, Sneako, I can't believe you over here like communing with this Chud the Builder motherfucker, bro.
What's good, my nigga?
Bro, whoa, hold on, no, we gotta take your N-word pass, bro. You tweaking. You are over here communing with that guy?
Yeah, I told him to stop antagonizing people, and it's not going to end out well. So you should probably stop going out in public and antagonizing people. Especially, I saw a stream from you. You were saying like people are going to put money on his head. That there's going to be a GoFundMe.
I never said that. Sneako, we got to be
accurate. You didn't. You weren't calling for it, but I saw you say if somebody did do something, that the GoFundMe would start hitting.
No, of course it would, because again, you have someone who is targeting an entire race by antagonizing individual specific people of that race who didn't provoke him, right? Like, put it like this. If he let off a couple of racial epithets, I always fuck up with that word, towards some black guy who was being an asshole to him, right? We might still call him racist, like, all right, dude, you're racist, but the entire race won't be mad. You get what I'm saying? Everybody who is black, we could tell he's just trying to use the word period to describe a group, or really a racial group of people.
Yeah, that's the point. There's no word in the English language that gets people so riled up like that word. There's no word you can say for white people where they're going to get that angry. People say, I saw mayo monkey, cracker, honky. It doesn't hit. It doesn't work the same way. Asian people, you can't say a word like that. You're going to get the same reaction. We shouldn't give this much power to words. We shouldn't allow this to control you.
That's cap.
You want to be controlled by a word? Isn't that slavery?
Yo, Sneako, you always come up with these like crazy, like, yo, Sneako, you Muslim, right?
Yeah, and there's funny words.
Hold on. Are you Muslim?
All right,
cool. So you cool with me calling all Muslim niggas terrorists as a term of endearment?
Well, do you believe that?
No. Suppose that's what I want to call them, because
you don't believe, if people have real intentions.
Hold on.
If people actually believe that, then that's wrong.
A racial slur usually don't have no definition to it. The N-word with the hard ER, what's the definition of that? It's a slur to bring you down. So
yeah, there's other slurs like the word dumb. The word dumb means somebody who's not able to speak, but it doesn't have the same connotation. The word retard means somebody who's disabled.
If I called all Muslims terrorists, it has social implications. Just like if you call someone the N-word, it does have that social implication in terms of what it's not about what it means. It's about you're using a term to denigrate a whole group. You don't believe that? Come on now.
People say that all my Muslim friends, I call them terrorists too. If they're Palestinian, I call them Hamas. If it has real intentions, if you mean it, then that's a different conversation. But if you're joking around, we shouldn't let words control us emotionally.
So you're saying that this guy is joking around when he's saying he's going to leave
No, he's
a
not.
black dude?
I think he actually has animosity.
Okay,
but
so by the way, you know what you're describing? You're describing, it's like the N-word. Okay, if somebody says nigga, like it's used in endearing in fashion, right? You're saying, oh, I say terrorist to my like whoever friends, and you're using it in a term of endearment. You don't mean it. You're not using it to bring them down. What this guy's doing,
that's why I told him, I said, you should stop doing those IRL streams. I don't know why you're upset about that. It seems like something bad's going to happen. Somebody's going to act in a way where they get a GoFundMe.
You said it was funny. I'm wondering which part was amusing.
There was a video where a guy was saying one of those, he's talking about his shoes, and then he looks at his shoes and he has an ankle monitor on. That's funny. There's another video where he's arguing with a guy and he's not recording on his phone. And he's like, you're not even recording. And then he laughs about it. And they're calling each other bitch and they're calling each other this. A lot of that is funny. These are words.
Hold on. See, this is where you're lying now.
You want to call? Let me call you on Discord real quick.
90% of what this guy, you can call me. 90% of what this guy is saying is slurs. Like, let's not try to like, oh no, it's. Yeah,
you're right. You're right. That's why I said I don't agree with that. I don't think he should be doing that. That's why I told him you should stop doing these streams outside. Something bad's going to happen.
All right, so like, let me ask you this question. The guy who, I believe you said your group is called Love Speech. How could you even communicate with someone who's spreading hate speech? Do you think this is hate speech or not?
A lot of it is hateful, yeah. But that's why I'm trying to get him to not be doing things out of hate. Hold on, let me call you on Discord.
Gotta watch out for Sneako, y'all. like.
What up?
All right, yo, Sneako, man, we gotta watch out for you, man. This was a little bit surprising.
One sec. What's good? You got your, hold on, let me fix the mic. Yo, talk.
Yo, could you hear me? Mic check.
Oh, I think,
could you hear me?
Is it working?
Well, I can hear you.
One more time.
Could you hear me? Mic check. You're hearing me, but there's an echo, I guess.
One sec.
Maybe you should hit up Chud the Builder to get some technical advice.
Yeah,
I can't hear you now. No, I can't hear you.
Yeah. So, what's good, my nigga? How you feeling?
Listen, we listen. I think we might have to bring it to a poll. Sneako, you got to stick to like some Islam stuff in overseas, brother. Like when it comes to, we're in a very interesting. While most of your streams is about what the hell Trump is doing and what the fuck is going on over Iran and them bullshit ass countries like Israel. We don't give a damn about none of them. They all could go to hell. What we care about is what's going on over here. And right now, race relations within this country is at a point that is much better than years previous. And when we see an antagonist, I think that every race should come together and say, let's get this piece of shit out of the paint quickly, that we don't go down a spiraling downward path like what happened when the BLM movement had to, quote unquote, just jump out the blue. And we all seen some of the errors with that. But right now, we don't need some nigga named Chud the Builder popping up doing all the dumb shit. Let's get this nigga out the paint. And anyone who says differently, we got to start.
In the words of Chud the Builder, they're saying you're chipping out. I'm joking, but what did I say that you're upset about? I told them to stop doing the IRL streams like that, and it's a bad idea. So why?
I want him to continue. I want him to continue.
You want something violent to happen.
No.
I don't want violence. I'm love speech. I don't want to see people antagonizing one another. I don't want to see hate. I don't want to see something bad happen. So I said you should probably go inside. It's going to end up bad. You can antagonize someone. Someone's going to act in a way. It's just a bad idea.
I'm not saying I want him to stop because of violence happening. I want it, based on what he's saying he's down to stand on whatever he's down to he's been saying. I actually believe if something was going to happen to him, it would probably be a Caucasian that would probably hurt him. You know, usually when guys are spitting all of that political stuff, I don't see a lot of black people. You know what I mean? Look at Charlie Kirk. Who clapped him? Look at all these who keep trying to shoot at Trump. It's the white dude. So when he's talking about First Amendment right, and he's basically also saying, hey, he got his Second Amendment right. To me, that's political. He says he's a free speech advocate. Black people usually mind their business, okay? If they have issues with people that are in their vicinity over actual things that, you know, would make sense for interpersonal issues. This guy is talking politics, and just look at the people who've been smoking the politicians.
Okay, that's very true.
So I think the person who gonna handle him would be white, but I'm not saying that he should continue that because of it. I'm like, hey, listen, if he's that radical,
you think he should be handled violently?
I think he encourages it.
But you're not answering the question.
What?
Do you think that somebody should do something violent to him?
No, but I think they should meet him with the energy that he has. Right, so
that's why I told him. I don't know why you're upset. I told him you should stop doing these IRL streams.
They should tell him to stop the rhetoric.
We should disarm the meanings of these words. We can't let words like that control us. Why is that the only word where people feel justified in America to act violently over? There's no other word in the English language that elicits the same reaction that word does.
So I'm not going to defend acting violent over a word. We can't repurpose. Okay. We can't repurpose history, right? And that word is.
But we do all the time. We do all the time. The word retard doesn't mean the same thing. The word dumb doesn't mean the same thing. Even the word nigga doesn't mean the same thing. Okay. Black people have used it colloquially, and now that's a perfect. That actually the word you're talking about has been repurposed to be a term of endearment to mean anything.
Sneako, what I'm saying is that you can't repurpose history.
But black people, nigga has been repurposed. It was a word to mean slave, and now it means anything.
Sneako, you're being obtuse. The guy hold on. The way he's saying what he's saying is a direct callback to slavery, brother. Like if you think it's not like he's saying it meaning something else. We know what he means. So you're trying to make this point like, oh, nigga has been repurposed. Is that what he's saying? Is he like, oh, what up, my nigga? Is that what he's saying? Or is he actually saying that, hey, you're a lesser human being, and I'm using this word to remind you of that? You tell me what he's saying.
He is saying that, but it only has
so why do we need to repurpose what he's saying? His hold on. His intentions are clear.
Let words control us.
It's not about words controlling us, right? So you're now talking about actions. I'm talking about the word first of all. So you're basically admitting that he's antagonizing, right, race relations by trying to bring up a time or a he's trying to treat black people as subhuman by how he's speaking to them, right? And then you're saying, okay, even if he's doing that, we should just not be violent. And I hear you with that. But you got to admit to the first part first.
We agree on the violent thing, but you could only get rage baited if you get rage baited. You could only allow this word to have that power if you agree to that frame. We should repurpose this word so that we can't be controlled by them anymore. The same reason retard has been repurposed, nigga has been repurposed, dumb, even the word Negro used to be the correct word to call a black person, but it became a slur because it reminds us of a time of civil rights. Now it is a slur, but at the time, in the 60s and the 50s, Negro wasn't a slur. Even back then, in slavery time,
Sneako,
it wasn't a slur. That was the word for black people.
Sneako.
It became a slur because times changed.
All right, let me repeat again. I'm going to go slow this time because I see you're trying to get your point off without actually engaging.
Okay. I heard what you said. He's bringing back. He's talking about a time. It was degrading.
His intention. Let's not say, oh, let's take the power out of the word. Because if we took the power out of that word, he would use whatever word that had the power. Let's not try to give him a pass.
That's the only word that has the power.
Brother, if he had to call you a slave, he would just say slave. Come on. The point is, his goal is to offend. Let's stop acting like his goal is to say a word and we're triggered by the word. Right?
Right.
So, okay. So now that we agree on that, now we could get to the, okay, what is the appropriate response? In a very civilized and perfect world, there is no violence when someone is either using oppressive language or either is trying to oppress. But let me ask you, since you're a big fan of religion, religious wars are some of the most violent wars in history. You don't think that's where, at some point, even in religion, it gets to violence, right? Wars. What's going on over there in was it Gaza and Iran and Israel? It gets to violence. So I get what you're saying, but over there, they fighting too. At some point, it gets to violence. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It gets to
the comparison doesn't make sense. It didn't start based off of words. The genocide in Gaza didn't start because they said you're a terrorist.
Words could be oppressive. Hold on, could words be oppressive?
If you let them. Bombs are really oppressive. Like bombs, ethnic cleansing, starvation, that's oppressive. Words are only oppressive if you allow them to be.
So despite the meaning, let me ask you a question. Like if you go back, you know, in the original articles and like, you know, in some of the original laws where black people are seen as 3/5 of a human, that's not oppressive, right? That's just words. You can 3/5 a whole same thing. So that's not oppressive.
Of course it is. Does that still exist?
But it existed. My point is
exactly. It's in the past, so let it be in the past.
No.
So let go. So this is how we move forward. Instead of
wait. So this is in the past. So this guy is basically allowed to bring back up the past, right? Use racial slurs and try to almost treat people like we're in the past, but yet we're supposed to let go of the past. Nigga, you think we Gandhi, nigga?
Okay, is he acting like a slave master? He's a rage baiter on street.
Brother,
he's out there
brother. I hear how he's talking to black
holding
people.
Holding a selfie camera in public. He's hardly a slave
That
master.
nigga talking like Abraham Lincoln. He's talking like a damn slave master. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Abraham Lincoln freed the slaves, but you use that word all the time. That's
what?
Like you're probably you probably use that word. This exact word that you're angry about is the word that you probably use the most in your stream, is it not?
The hard ER? Fuck no,
nigga. It's the same word.
It's not. No, it's not.
Yes, it's
the
same exact word.
No, it's not.
What did black slaves call other black slaves in slave times?
You can't keep jumping between points. You talk about words being repurposed. Hold on.
So where
you talk about words being repurposed.
Where does that word come from?
Yo, hear what I'm saying?
Yo, I hear what you're saying.
Sneako, are you mixed? Like, what are you mixed with? I got it because if you're trying to say, bro, if you're trying to say nigga and nigger is the same thing.
Where does it come from? Where does nigga come from with the soft A? You're not answering the question. It's a simple question. Where does it come from?
Okay, it comes from the other word. But however, it has two different meanings. It has two different meanings.
It's been repurposed, right?
It has two different meanings.
Wait. Has that word been repurposed to mean something colloquial?
Yes, but both words now have two different meanings.
Exactly. So that word should be repurposed too.
No. Wait, hold on.
Why not?
Sneako. And this is where I think my frustration is with you, because it's like you're one of those, it's just words. It's like this is the first I'm like, yo, Sneako's not. We gotta start like revoking like all these nigga passes, because y'all let me ask you a question. All right, let me ask you a question. No, I got a better one for you. I got a better one for you.
It is.
No, I got a better one for you then. If you think they're the same word, why don't you get up on here, or when you're talking to people, don't say nigga, say nigger. Why don't you do it?
I don't want to hurt.
No. So you're admitting they're two different words. So why don't you use them interchangeably? Why don't you use them interchangeably?
Because it's going to make you upset. I don't want to hurt you.
So you're agreeing that they mean different things, or they would like that. That's what words are. If one word would evoke a different feeling than another word, are they the same word?
The point is, you should not allow it to evoke the same feeling. Why would you let a word have that power? Disarm it. It only has the power that you give it. The same way that words.
Yo, bro, you sound like Ye when he says slavery is a choice. Like, yo, what's up with you, bro? Like, you're now blaming the people who are offended rather than the people who are choosing to offend. Like, they're going out of their way to choose to offend. Yo, please. Yo, even going back to your point. So the hardy are, right? They have made a relative word that's just nigga that is more, oh, hey, we're going to try to strip some of the, historical slavery past and we're going to try to make it a cool type of colloquial. You're going to still defend the other shit?
I'm saying that the hardy R should be used colloquially the same way that nigga has been. Where does that word nigga come from? Just answer the question. Where does the word nigga come from?
Hold on. You're talking about what should be. Yo, and no. You're talking about what should be and what is.
Yo, where does that word? Just answer the question. Where does that word come from?
Hold on. We just did this.
Okay, it comes.
We
the
just
reason
did
that
this.
it sounds like that is because black people have a different intonation in the way they pronunciate words, right? Instead of with the they just say, oh, nigga, and then it becomes repurposed for the black community. But it has the same exact root, the same exact time, and it meant the same thing. At the time when black people call each other that,
but it doesn't mean the same
also
thing now.
slaves.
But it doesn't mean the same thing now.
Exactly. And it should be repurposed. It doesn't mean the same thing now the same way. This word should not mean the same thing now.
No.
Because slavery doesn't exist anymore.
Hey.
Slavery's over. It's done. It happened.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure you think the same about the Holocaust. Like, no, it don't work like that. You don't get to pick what...
Exactly. That's what my favorite song is that I got all this back.
No, I'm gonna chill. I don't want to hear
that song.
I don't want to hear. Okay,
full circle.
Yo,
we debuted that. Hold up. I'm cooking right now. We debuted that song on our stream. That disarms the same thing. The worst thing ever. Hitler. Worst thing ever.
Kanye been apologizing for that for like 3. Kanye's in every Jewish was it mosque or synagogue, whatever the hell they got going on. Kanye in every single one of them.
I don't apologize for that song. What does that song do?
Yeah, that's why you're canceled.
The 3 most taboo.
That's why you're in that apartment.
But I'm a free slave. I ran away from the plantation. I'm not controlled like you by words. You're shackled up by words. You're still a slave to these words.
Sneako.
Hitler.
Sneako.
Just let yourself be free. Say the most taboo things, and it no longer has the meaning that you allow it to have. Nigga, Heil Hitler.
Sneako. I ain't gonna lie to you, bro. Yo, Andrew Tate, could you come back and give us?
They don't understand the things I say on Chud stream.
Yo, Sneako, you tweaking.
I can shipping out.
Yo, you were tweaking. Hey, let me tell you this, man.
What?
It kind of looks bad on your character that these are the type of people you're trying to protect their speech. Okay, you're trying to protect the speech of Chud the Builder. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same.
The reason I messaged him was because I don't want something violent to happen. Because if somebody tries to do something and be a vigilante, there can be a bad situation for the person and it's just going to be bad overall. It's a bad look on streaming. It's a bad look for the country. It's just not good. I don't want to see violence. I don't want to see people on either side crash out over a word.
So you shouldn't tell them to stay inside. You should tell them it's like you at some point you
stop
should
antagonizing people. Don't get people upset and try to change up the rhetoric and act with more love speech. Be more Christ-like. He's Christian. That's what I was telling him. This is not the way that Jesus wanted him to act.
You think he's Christian?
He says Christ is king in his bio. Yeah, I think he's Christian.
Is that the only thing that, once you say that, you good?
No, you're not good. That's why I'm saying that he shouldn't be doing these streams anymore. I told him stop doing those IRL streams.
What was his response to you?
He said, basically like...
He told you you're chipping out, huh?
No, he didn't. I told him he was chipping out, actually. That's how the conversation... I DM'd him. I said, you're chipping out. And he said, you're kind of right. And then we had a conversation. He said, it doesn't go viral the same way when I'm doing desktop streams. So I said, you got to... If you want to stay, if you want to be alive, if you want to protect yourself, if you don't want something violent to happen...
Now, he has a death wish. You got to let that man live out his goal.
Well, I don't want to see people have a death wish because I want people to be okay. I want to see peace.
I guess. Yeah, but listen, man, we gotta. Hey, I know you're usually like your religious stuff. I'm gonna be honest with you. I could give two fucks about what's going on with the Jewish people and them Palestinian niggas. Both of them niggas could just go away.
So you care more about a word than you do about genocide?
Yeah, I care more about black people more than I care about that type of shit.
You care more about
hold
this
on.
word
I just said it.
than
I already said what I said.
right now. You just said that. You care more about
yeah.
the hard R
I care
than you do
more about
genocide.
black people more than I care about that type of shit. Facts.
Okay, but the difference is a word and genocide.
Brother,
correct?
I just told you, I care more about black people in this country that I live in more than what the fuck is going on over there in Israel and Palestine. I don't care who wins that shit.
Okay, so genocide's happening in Palestine, and a
Yeah,
word is
don't
being
care.
used in America. And
I care about black people more.
Yeah, but there's not a genocide on black people happening.
Well, listen, we got to nip it in the bud before it gets there. This thing is about to start a race war. Fuck what's going on in Palestine and goddamn Israel.
That's why I said he should stop. That's why fuck what's going on. I don't want to see a race war. I don't want to see people.
Well, this is why listen. You know, sometimes you see how Trump went out there and like clapped that nigga from Iran, that fucking supreme leader. That might have to be Chud. Get him out the way because he's trying to start some shit. We ain't trying to do it.
Yeah, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see people die over a word.
Well, he's problematic. We might like somebody might have to just do it. I don't care who do it. Black, white, who cares?
I care. I don't want to see people die for a stupid reason.
I guess
advocating for violence is not the way. If
nobody wants
to prevent race.
He's the violent one. You don't realize he's the violent one?
Isn't he majority acting and he's acting in self-defense, right?
Fuck no. Do you see what he's saying? He's daring people to do something.
Words aren't violent, Ak. Words aren't violent.
Your rhetoric could be insightful.
But no, using an individual word is not an act of violence. And so if you want to stop racism, then we can't let words trigger something that makes us violent.
All right, play this.
If you want to stop
I
racism,
watched him pepper
then
spray.
let it go.
I watched him pepper spray a guy who like flipped his hat off or something like that.
Technically, doesn't that count as self-defense? He wasn't arrested for that.
Man, that guy should have blew his brains out, man.
Legally, doesn't that count as self-defense? I'm not justifying it. He pepper sprayed. Two girls were eating dinner. I didn't like seeing that.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
Girls were eating dinner and they got hit they got hit also when he pepper sprayed. That's not good. But technically, legally in America, that counts as self-defense.
Well, there's a lot of like actual legalities to that because if he's using beer mace, you have to have appropriate force, right? It's the reason why if someone like hits your hat off, you can't shoot him dead. He's using a weapon, right? That is actually illegal in certain places, right? So I'm not sure if that necessarily is self-defense. But, again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm watching some of the nonsense he's doing. I think he's chimping out, okay? I think what he's doing to amuse us, I can't wait to see the conclusion. But I think the conclusion, I don't want him to go to jail.
I don't want to see him go. I don't want to see people die. Like I don't think that's good.
I don't think he's gonna die.
You can get into the. You were saying that somebody can get a GoFundMe, and I don't know. I'm seeing like rappers. NLE Chop was saying that he's gonna do something. It's just not good. It's a bad situation.
He's just gonna get a little wake up call. And I'm not saying it's gonna be violent, but I know how this story ends. This story ends with him getting a wake up call, and he goes from Chud the Builder to fucking just a Karen the bitch, where like he's now like, okay, I'm not this type of antagonistic guy. I'm the victim, and we'll see how that goes. But I think history has shown us that people like this, the thing they could always fall back is their whiteness, right? He has whiteness that he could always fall back on after he sheds this entire act. It's a shtick. It's an act. It's an act that has worked. It's antagonistic. The guy literally said that he had no motion before he started antagonizing black people. Literally, he had zero motion.
It's not good to build a career based off of antagonizing people.
I think he should go antagonize Muslims. Word up, facts. Leave black people alone. Go fuck with the Muslims.
Do you want peace or not?
No, I want to see what the Muslims gonna do. Cause I think when Muslims get antagonized, I think Muslims get it.
Muslims there are.
No,
you know about Malcolm X.
No. We're not talking about black Muslims. We're not talking about black Muslims. We're not talking about black Muslims. We're talking about like the other Muslims. Yo, because when they get antagonized, I think they're a little bit more violent.
What Muslims are you talking about?
Them 9/11 Muslims. You heard me, nigga. Like, listen, go antagonize them type of niggas, and let's see how they handle it. Because from what I found out, usually black people are the least violent when it comes to all of this type of shit.
It's funny how you started this off like being against racism, and now you're saying 9/11 Muslims. Who are 9/11 Muslims?
The ones who did 9/11. It's like 7 of them, right? Yes. Yes, nigga.
So you're saying the hijackers, what was it, like 12 people? You're saying those 12.
Whatever they stood for, them extreme.
Those 12 hijackers?
No, them extreme ones. Yes, them extreme niggas. Them niggas.
What? Who are they?
Brother, you trying to be up to the niggas who be blowing themselves up, nigga. Whatever Muslims are those.
No. You made it a race thing. You said not the black Muslims, so now you're making it a race thing. So
nah, definitely not. Not my Muslims from Philly. Those are some cool ass niggas.
Not the Philly Muslims. So which Muslims? Be specific.
The ones that be doing all that suicide bombing. Go fuck with them niggas.
Who? So
I don't know.
Are they if they're not
I'm telling you.
You don't know race, but you know they're not black, so you must know what race they are.
I don't know what race they are.
But you know they're not black?
Well, hold on. You
sounds like you're being obtuse now.
Wait.
Sounds like you're being a little obtuse.
No. I'm glad you're saying that. You see how much you start to care when I start throwing the blame over there? You see?
No.
That's what I keep telling you. Leave black people out of this shit. Hold on.
Islam has no race.
Yo. Hold on. Nah. Fuck all that. Listen. This is what we talking about. All right. Okay. Yeah, he need to go fuck with like the Palestinians. That's what he need to go do.
Okay, they're under a genocide right now. You want?
Hey, go fuck with them. Yeah, just leave black people alone.
Okay, what word do you think Chud the Builder could use to Palestinians that will elicit the same reaction?
He should go find out. I don't want to know.
The thing is, it doesn't exist. There's no word in the English language that exists that has that same power.
Hey, hold on. My thing is, we want Chud to go terrorize the Jewish people, the Palestinians, some Asian niggas, Indians too. Everybody but the black people. We've been through enough. We just want to chill. We trying to cop the new the AP/Swatch collab. Go over there, Chud. Go to Palestine, gangy. Like, leave us alone.
You said Asians. There's no, what word could he use?
I don't care. Well, hear what I'm saying.
It doesn't exist.
What I'm saying is
there's no word to get Asians angry like that.
Okay. I don't care if it's just words. Do whatever you can to incite them with whatever. Do whatever you can to incite them, or even if it's religion, go disrespect their religion. Go do whatever, because by the way, we also have freedom of religion, right? Go do that. Go show up to synagogues, mosques, and all them other shits, and do what you want to do to disrespect those religions, and let's see what happens. Leave black people alone. Right? Like, I think you should do some demonstration at the mosque, right? Wouldn't that be cool? Let me ask you a question. Wouldn't it be cool if he goes to like who be at the mosque? That's Muslims? If he went there and he's seeing people kneeling and said, "Oh, y'all chimping out. Oh, y'all chimping. Oh, y'all kneeling? Y'all praying? Oh, y'all chimping out. Look at these motherfuckers chimping out right here. Look at them. They're all kneeling. They're chimping out." That would be amusing too, right?
I didn't say it was good. I've said
no. You said it was funny. Would that be amusing? Would it be amusing if he showed up to the mosque, he put the camera up, and he said, "Look at all these niggas. They're on their knees on the mat. They're chimping out."
Niggas, don't say that.
Okay.
First you said.
All right. Suppose he said that. No. Suppose he said that. Would it be?
But you said they were the 9/11 hijackers. Those were Saudi.
Okay, so you're trying to switch the conversation. You said when he had a conversation with black people, it was amusing. Brother, you said when he had a conversation with African Americans or whatever, it was amusing. Do you think that would be amusing if he showed up to one of these religious places where people are praying, knee on the mat, doing all this stuff, Allahu Akbar shit, and he grabs his camera and said, "Look at these motherfuckers chimping out"? Would that be amusing to you?
I'm saying he should.
No. Would it be amusing? Because you said it was amusing when he was talking to the blacks.
He shouldn't antagonize. I said he shouldn't antagonize people that are.
All right, I know you said that, but you said it was amusing. You said it was funny. Would that be funny?
That's not funny.
Why is that not funny? But the ankle monitor on the black guy's foot, him doing that. Why is that funny?
Because he first says, "What are those?" to his shoes, and then he looks at his shoe and he has an ankle monitor. That's fine.
Okay, so if he goes to
that's separate from the word.
Okay, so if he goes to the place where people are praying and they're bowing down on the mat, and he says, "What are those? They're chimping out." That's funny. That would be pretty funny, right?
There's a difference between like worship and then being in public.
Whoa, Sneako, what you mean?
I don't think that's funny.
So that's not funny?
The difference is, the point I'm making is there's no word in. Is there a word? Is there a specific word? Like disrupting people who are praying peacefully? That's just unnecessary.
Disrupting homeless people who are minding their fucking homeless business.
I also said that that's wrong. You shouldn't be antagonizing people like that.
But you said it was funny though. You said I would try to find the humor if he went to the place of worship and he was just like, yo,
no, I don't think
yo,
it's
look, they're speaking like some other language. They're chimping out. Look, they're praying.
Okay. There's some things within the videos, like I pointed out, like the ankle monitor, that are objectively kind of funny. Like banter back and forth. One guy's filming. He's like, hey, forgot to record. Some of that stuff is situationally funny. In a vacuum, it's not. And the point is, there's no individual word that equates to that word where you're going to get the same reaction out of people. There's not
Sneako, you're trying to make it about a word. Where I've told you this is about blatant disrespect.
I am trying to make it about a word.
And again.
And I said you shouldn't blatantly disrespect people.
Well, that's the point. I know you want to. There's always going to be a thing that will be disrespectful. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't matter if it's a word. It might be a action that might even not be violent, right? Like if he shows up to the mosque and everybody praying on them carpets, he whips his dick out and just starts pissing on the carpet. Is that disrespectful or not?
That's literally illegal. That's public indecency. Like that's also pissing that like.
All right, he just does it, but it's
now peeing in public.
All right, he spits on it. He spits on it. He spits on the rug. What?
Yeah, that's also considered assault.
He assaulted the rug?
Yeah, spitting on people is
no, not on the person. He just spit on the rug. He just disrespects it.
Yeah, that's wrong. What's the point?
Okay, he goes there and he burns the Quran. That's cool.
What does this have to do with using it?
The point what I'm trying to say is that when it comes to black people finding offense of things that they feel is offensive, you're like, well, why don't y'all just stop being offended by the word? However, if I then showcase a situation where another group of people, where someone tries to disrespect them, you can't repurpose the disrespect. You want black people to repurpose the disrespect.
Great. There's a great analogy here. Do you see how you're equating this individual word that doesn't have real meaning unless you to the holy?
Every word has meaning, brother.
The word of God compared to the word.
If the word has no meaning, if the word has no meaning,
you are equating the word of God to a slur that is outdated.
Okay, yours. All right, you said that the words don't have meaning.
That's the whole point. You cannot have those two
if you claim words have no meaning,
God is not equivalent to this individual word.
Okay, if you say word has no meaning, say fuck Allah right now. Oh,
is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking you to say it because it should have no meaning, right? There's a fucking meaning to it, right? Clearly, like you wouldn't say that, right? Because there's an intended meaning if you're saying it.
Do you not see the point that you're making? How are you equating
words have meaning, brother?
How are you equating God, disrespecting God, the Almighty, something that we have faith in, to something that only has meaning if we attribute meaning to it? God has meaning without us.
So
this hard R word.
You can't disrespect God, but you can disrespect a whole group of people.
That you give to it,
brother. You're saying so. What you just told me, you can't disrespect God. Okay, get it, and I agree. But you can disrespect an entire group of people, and your solution to that is that the entire group of people should just not be offended. Because you're doing both. Whether you say the hard ER or you say fuck Allah.
This is the creator of the universe versus an outdated slur. You cannot equate the two.
Outdated slur
How are you
to
putting
who?
Those in the same category.
Outdated slur to who? To you.
That's how it should be.
It's outdated to you. Clearly, if you look socially, the majority of people, even outside the black community, realize that word still holds some meaning. So in your maybe skewed Chud the Builder fanboy mind,
it only holds the meaning that we still attribute to it because slavery is over. The same way, we'll go back full circle, that this word is becoming the most popular word in hip hop. My 21 Savage, my choppa hates niggas. 21 Savage could say, my choppa hates niggas. And everyone's like, fine. They turn up to it in the club. If a white guy says that, everyone freaks out.
We've all said
it
has
the same word.
Yo,
it's the same intention.
We've all said that both words, like if you study, and I'm about to butcher this word, etymology, and you know the root of words and how it progresses. It's like if I say, Sneako, you're cap, I'm not speaking about this. I'm clearly speaking about the word cap has a different meaning. right? So hold on. So you keep
society
saying
change the meaning of this word.
Okay,
that's the point.
Okay, however, when that naturally happens, it happens. What I'm saying now is that nigga and the hard ER, they mean two very different things, and they're gonna get two very different emotions.
Because society moved on, because we allowed them to change their meaning. That's the point.
No, you're being so.
Let go of these societal.
The people who are offended by.
Let go of the hurt.
All right, so them niggas in Palestine should let go of the goddamn hurt that Israel doing to them. Let it go. Okay. The fuck?
The fact that you're not able to comprehend.
No. You're saying that black people should let go of the hurt, but I'm saying, all right, you on that Palestine shit, them niggas should let go of the hurt of the fuckery that goddamn Israel them been putting them through.
How this is such a dumb analogy. This is
how?
Genocide's happening now. Slavery ended how long ago?
No, slavery more important than whatever happened with that shit. I ain't gonna lie. Word up.
Slavery ended. What, 250 years ago? The genocide's happening right now. And also, there's no word to talk about Palestinians the same way there is about black people.
Listen. If you think that black people should let go the hurt of slavery, I think them Palestinian niggas should let go the fucking hurt of them bombs that got dropped. Facts.
Okay, it's happening right now, and also you're saying
word. I'm actually saying that to say nobody's gonna ever let go of their hurt.
This isn't.
No. It makes sense. No one's gonna let go of their hurt, right? The Palestinians ain't gonna let
go of their hurt all the time. People let go. Why do you think white people aren't offended by the word cracker, or Asian people aren't?
What hurt they went through? I want to hear this one. Hold on, I gotta take a shot. I wasn't even gonna drink the stream. I want to hear the hurt the white people went through for cracker.
Some white people probably get offended by being compared to slave owners.
No. We're talking about history and hurt. Okay?
Yeah.
Like, for example, in 20 years, 200 years from now, for the Palestinians, the hurt of what's happening now will be felt. Same with the Jewish people for the Holocaust.
Individual word. You still haven't given an individual word.
Listen, you're now still stuck over the word because you can't actually argue about the intended meaning. The intended meaning is to tap back into the hurt that word stands for.
All right, and my point is that there's no other word in the English language that has that much emotion attached to it other than that word. It's the most powerful word in the English language.
It's the most direct.
Why it's used all over hip-hop.
Hold on. And I'm gonna lie to you. This is probably the most pro-black I've ever sounded. Because usually I'm like really, but this Chud dude, he's like anybody who actually agrees with him is all about regressing in racial relationships. And I think we're at a decent place. At times it goes, but I like the fact that black and white people ain't beefing. I like that. You know what I mean? So when I see somebody like this, it disgusts me. And anybody who actually could see any nuance in what he's doing, other than that this guy's a piece of shit and racist, I start looking at you. And that's why I'm questioning you, because I'm like, you seem to be seeing clear what's going on over with Palestine and Israel. Nigga, you don't live there. You ain't even been to none. Have you been to Israel? Have you been to Israel? Have you been to Israel?
No, I haven't been to Israel.
Have you been to motherfucking whatever they call Palestine? You been there?
What is the argument here?
The point is that I'm over here, and I'm talking about socially to make sure that what's going on in our country, especially with race relations, because it's been one of the most the things that has torn us apart as a country. And when I see any hint of that, I don't like it. And you're over here talking about this genocides going on overseas, like, man.
You said that you don't want anti-black, anti-white racism. You don't want division. The only way we can get to that division and get rid of it
get Chud the Builder out the way.
No, it's
facts.
Not about inciting violence on Chud the Builder. It's not allowing
we
say
and get violence.
Triggered and another. If Charleston White says the word, no one gets angry. If Chud the Builder says it, everybody gets angry. If you actually want equality, then words for any race have the same meaning. That's equality. You say you're pro-black, I'm pro-human. Humans all together should not allow this to divide us. How are you letting a word divide you and put into separate places? When black people say the same exact word, it's a term of endearment. When white people say it, so many people think you should act violently. That is segregation. That's the issue.
So let me ask you a question.
Everybody should have the equal meaning attached to this word.
So you do realize that if someone who is oppressed does a action or mimics an action that the oppressor does, it's not the same thing. For example, if
you think black people are still, how are black people being oppressed right now?
Historically, black people are probably one of the most hold on. Wait.
Right now.
Well,
right now.
You're always gonna feel remnants of it.
I don't want to live in a victimhood mentality. I don't want to live in the past.
All right, no. Listen, I'm not that person that uses racism as whatever for every excuse. But you can't write the history of America without understanding what slavery has done to this entire country. It's a reason why the inner cities. Okay, so because hold on. So even if I'm, and maybe some people would definitely argue that it still exists now. Even if I don't argue that, I would argue that everything we see now, when we look back 2 generations ago, you basically are going to see clear side effects. Clear side effects.
Hold on. I ain't gonna lie. As a Drake fan, you're sounding a lot like a Kendrick Lamar fan right now.
No.
2 generations ago. I'm talking about right now, not all in the past and the,
Brother, you can't write the history of the United States.
Let's talk about right now.
You cannot write the history.
The BLM thing. We don't need to do BLM wokeism.
No. It's not BLM.
Now,
it's not BLM thing.
What's the oppression?
No. You're not. You see, you're trying to be obtuse. I've never even argued that black people are being oppressed right now. I'm saying that the history. Hold on. Wait, brother. The history has to be respected and always acknowledged. The same way how, when it comes to the Jewish people, their history of how they were persecuted with the Holocaust has to be respected and acknowledged. These things are the reasons why they're living how they're living and we living how we living. And 200 years from now, the Palestinians will be living how they're living. That's the reality of it. This whole this shit is over, get over it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, come on. What are you talking about, bro?
My point is you have to let go of victim mentality. It holds you back more than any of the control mechanisms that we imagine in our heads about BLM.
Except Sneako, you're arguing a point I never said. I never said nothing about victim mentality. I said okay, but
the only way to get rid of this and get rid of the hurt is to move on. If you live in the past, if you hold on to a victim mentality, you never let the hurt heal. Let it heal.
Yo, Sneako, if somebody smoke your mama, you let it go?
Okay.
No, on some real shit, because it sounds stupid for you to tell people to let go of the hurt. You don't think you sound fucking retarded, bro?
Ultimately, you should. That is the way to grow, is to let go and to forgive. That is growth. That is how you get over it. Holding on to hate forever.
You talking ideals? You always. This is your issue. You always talking like this ideal type of thing. Yo, the history of the world, the history of the fucking world is actually shaped by historical events that niggas have never let go. It's the reason why right now you go to Germany, you even throw up a goddamn swastika anywhere, they're making sure you're out of there. You know why? Mm-hmm. History just doesn't right away and everybody forgets and, we all forgiven, we're healing. People ain't Sneako. What the fuck? Like, the whole world is shaped by pain, wars, is shaped by shit that has changed the trajectory of life. People have been exterminated. That's caused other people to realize, hey, we got to make sure it never gets to this again because we know what happened last time. This whole let's kumbaya, let's forget. What are you talking about, Sneako?
It's not kumbaya. This is the way forward. It's to
forget slavery?
Why let somebody hurt you that bad? Why let this one word hurt you that way? You're
Sneako.
Giving somebody else power. You're
Sneako,
letting them.
You're way smarter than how you're coming across. I'm telling you, if it's not the word, it's going to be something else, right? Like, it could be a symbol. Sure. I'm not too sure about Jewish culture or whatever, but maybe that's the Star of David for them. It's going to be something that reminds you of the pain. It is. And that is going to be sacred, or it's going to be, don't fuck with it. In everything that carries some, nobody just forgets. What I'm saying, you're just saying, why can't y'all change the word? Brother, there is pain there. It won't go away. If it's a word or something else, and you're acting like the guy's trying to say the word just harmlessly. No, he's trying to evoke pain. So if it was a symbol, he would fuck with that. If it was a place, he'd fuck with that.
Culture, race, these things shouldn't be defined on hurt. Allowing black culture to be defined off of slavery is living in a victim consciousness. Jews allowing
I never
the
said
Holocaust
that.
to go this way is defining Jewish identity based off of something horrible.
Your childhood helped define what you became. You can't erase history, brother. And you're always a product, not only of your environment, but historical choices.
Based off of hurt, or do we only want to unify based off of hurt and pain and trauma, or do we want to unify based off of something greater? Do we want to give power to words that are strong, that are empowering, that are good? This is what should trigger us. We should hear a word like, hey, you're black, and we should be happy about this. We should be emotionally manipulated in a positive way. We should remember things that make us happy.
Sneako, you know what I realized?
That make us pain.
I think you only have these type of thoughts because, like, you like this mulatto. I don't even know if you know what you are. Like, what do you consider yourself? Like, respectfully.
And how many times? I don't know how many times you had this conversation.
No. The reason. No.
Wait.
The reason why I say that, because if you ask any person, and based on your stupid ass logic you just said, is that
what stupid logic? Like you comparing Palestine, like
no,
to Muslims?
No,
like
your stupid logic of it should be about coming to get, like, everything that has to do with my life. If I'm not here, right? I'm not here in America if my mom didn't make certain sacrifices. I'm not where I lived in Jamaica if my family there didn't survive slavery. Yes, there was slavery in the Caribbean. Everything matters on the past. You can't just be like, oh, fuck the past. We're just like here. You must have, you can't have a connection to a strong, legitimate background or lineage if you're saying, fuck the past, let's move on. What are you talking about? That's why I use your racial. That's why I use your racial makeup, because put it like this: people that come from France, they have a certain disposition based on, like, what happened in that country. Their great grandfather fought in that war. Blah blah blah. Like, these are actual things.
And ideally, they don't crash out over a word. My point is, look, my dad's from Haiti, right? Haiti was the first independent slave nation. These people, they killed their slave masters, and in 1804. They led that slave revolution. To this day, Haitians will call anybody who's not dark-skinned black. Well, hold on, let me finish my point. They'll call anybody who's not dark-skinned black, blanc. You know what this meant at the time of the revolution? It meant slave master. It's since been repurposed to mean anybody who's not dark-skinned. This is a nation who moved on from this word, who changed that meaning. And although it does have an origins of that slave time, it doesn't elicit the same hurt. If people call me blanc in Haiti, am I going to crash out and say, I'm not a slave master?
Hey.
I understand. Wait back. It's just a word.
All right. So again, you're trying to do the like, you know, the mouse brain thing again.
But should I crash out over that? If someone in Haiti calls me blanc, should I crash out and say I'm not a slave master?
Hold on. I think you should crash out if your great grandfather died in the war that helped free the slaves, and they clown the fact that your great grandfather got killed in that war. I think you should crash out.
I should crash out over something.
Yes, I think you should. That's your fucking lineage.
I never met.
Yeah, that's your fucking lineage. You should crash out. You should.
Okay, so then what about other black people calling you nigga? Like, does that not remind you of slavery?
You're now trying to switch the point. What I'm trying to say is that it's not necessarily about the word. It's about the struggle, the hate. It's about the struggle and the pain.
There was struggle and hate when black people were all slaves. That was struggle and hate. There were
I ain't gonna lie. I am for if someone
there were house slaves that were in charge and using that same word in the same way.
Yo, if someone's family and lineage, you know, died sacrificing themselves for whatever plight, and someone came to bring that pain back and disrespect them, I think that's a crash out offense.
Yeah, that is wrong. And that's when intentions are wrong. But the word itself in a vacuum.
But using the word is tapping into it. That's what I'm saying. Get the word out of here. The word is the key to tapping into that. It's the easiest key to say one thing to tap into that. My thing, once you tap into it, all bets are off. All bets are off.
You're right. The intentions are wrong. If somebody has the motive to intentionally hurt somebody in that way, that's wrong.
That's what Chud the Builder is doing.
We shouldn't try to intentionally hurt people, and I say that that's wrong. But that word in and of itself, even if it was Chud, we've seen countless videos of white people saying it in public, and they get hurt. Nonstop, the rhetoric online is, if a white person ever said that, I'm going to smack him. Even if a white person sings along to a Drake song and they say it, hey, don't say that. Hey, don't say that.
Yo, I think Clav was on stream and he said it like, obviously, this whole discourse like
all the time. Black people come up to him all the time and say, "You can't say that. You can't say that."
Okay, hold on. The feeling around Clav saying it, because yes, there's still a conversation, even if he's, and by the way, he's saying nigga from what I know, not Hardy.
And he still gets pressed. I've seen a lot.
Okay,
of
all right.
Came up to
Because there's still a conversation.
They came up, pressed him, and they got real upset.
Hold on, there's still a conversation, but I'm not gonna say that's not true. What I'm saying is that the intent behind him doing that versus what Chud is doing. Chud is literally antagonizing. And that's why
That's why I said he should go inside. That's why I said he should stop IRL streaming.
Or he should go to Memphis.
We found some common ground here. Intentions are what matter.
Yo,
the word itself,
I want to do a stream with him in Memphis.
Maybe we can find. I think that'd be great. Maybe we could find some common ground here. The intentions are what matter.
Chud, I will pay you to do a stream with me in Memphis. I'll do an IRL with him in Memphis.
No security?
Yeah, no security. They gonna harm me. The fuck? Yo, yes, no security. Yeah, me and Chud, we'll kick it out there. And hold on. And I'll even get, matter of fact, I'll give him, I don't know how much money he would want. I'll pay him if he keep the same energy. But we in Memphis.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying it's not okay. That's
do you really can you honestly say you don't want something violent to happen to him?
No. I want to just see his energy when he's around a different environment, because I don't like when people are kind of popping out doing that type of stuff. And again, if he was just doing it online, whatever, but like he's kind of like putting this across, like I want to see if he's gonna keep the same energy everywhere. And if he does, I'll probably gain a little bit of respect for him. If he goes to Memphis, Tennessee, and was just like, and he's giving it up, I ain't gonna lie to you, I'd probably be like, yeah, I don't fuck with him, but leave that nigga alone, man. Like, he's standing on business. He's standing on business. I just think that he's a bit of a coward because he's picking and choosing, but he's talking like he's not. And if he like kept it real, like, I'm picking the most pussiest black niggas I could find to do this shit to, I'd be like, all right, bro, you got it.
I doubt that's gonna happen, and he probably shouldn't.
You could come too. You could come too.
Memphis, there's a lot of. I went to Memphis before. It was all Hellcats, all Chargers and Challengers, Hellcats. And
we'll just go out. We'll go outside the club. You know what I mean? Us three, we try to get in the club.
I'm banned from all the clubs in America.
No, you're not. You're only banned from like
all the hospitality groups.
Yeah, there ain't no hospitality group in Memphis, man. You good?
I'm good off the club. I'm getting old, bro. We're pushing 40. We can't be in the club anymore.
Speak for yourself, brother.
All right, Ack. Good talking to you.
All right.
You still think, do I sell my black card?
No. It's not sell. We're going to revoke it. Listen, if we got to get you, this Chud thing is a problem. Like, this is a problem. We can't have you
revoke my black card?
Put like this. They would have kicked you out of Muslim hood if you said certain shit. So like, we got to treat the black shit the same way. Mine's to take a card back. I ain't gonna lie.
You took my black card?
No, we ain't taking it yet, but it's in review. It's in review. So just
all that shit.
No. Shit, I'm telling you, man. Chat, you gotta watch out for them. You gotta watch out for like Sneako surprised me with this one. Sneako surprised me with this one. I'm not gonna lie. That was crazy. Yo, chat. When I'm over here sounding like Tariq Nasheed, it's like, it's bad, bro. Like, if it was some light shit like Clive, like he's singing a song and he says, nigga, I'm not gonna be like, yo, bro. But this guy, you could tell. Bro, he even dressed like a racist, bro. Like, yo, come on, dog. Come on, bro. It's something. Anyway, y'all know. Anyway, all right. Okay. Little side quest. We good, though, right? Everybody still rocking with me here, or did we lose some people? All right. Okay, we got a little 13K in the building. All right. Chat. All I'm going to say is, it's bad when I'm over here, like, on some pro-black shit. This shit's disrespectful. it's just too disrespectful. And also, you see everybody talking about, Sneako love all this Muslim stuff. I'm not Muslim. I'm Baptist. And I don't want to disrespect no Muslim, but everybody got something they care about. You know what I mean? See, that's why I had to put it in his own home turf. All right, bet. So you think it's cool for him to disrespect black people because you don't care about black people. But I guarantee he started disrespect Muslims or show up to the mosque. It's a problem, right? Oh, maybe he started disrespecting like Palestine, or he started you see the mood changes. Oh no, we're talking about God. Exactly. All right. Alrighty then. Let's see. Should we go to Sean Gathright, y'all? Oh, this is some other streamer beef. Baby Rich and Blackboy Max are beefing? What's going on? Okay, I think I've seen this. So DDG did a tour. If you don't know, he did like an amazing tour. Shout out to him. And he went on his tour, and like the final date was in LA. And apparently he did his show, but he was kind of disappointed, and he verbally said he was disappointed because a lot of streamers that he fucks with, that he invited to his last show, did not pull up to his show. And he felt like, damn, like, I thought y'all rock with me. Why didn't y'all pull up to my show? Now, let me see if I can find the clip. Basically, he had kind of called them fake, you know? Let me see. Here we go. Okay. Where's the clip? Okay, so here's a clip. This is him basically saying, yo, none of his streamer friends came to his LA show.
Sexy Real, my homegirl. If Evelyn would have came to the show tonight, maybe I could have FaceTimed her. Whoop-de-doo, she didn't come though. It's all good. Nobody came except for Johnny. Johnny, the only streamer that pulled up on me.
Get it, Johnny. Get it, Johnny. Get it, Johnny.
Yeah.
What dog's like?
Hold on, I need to put some ice in this shit.
All right, so he said that, and apparently afterwards, his like best friend, Baby Rich, actually sent out a tweet, and a tweet says, hey, listen, man, a lot of these like streamers are fake, and they only show up or they only want to be around when it's like, you know, it benefits them. And people kind of put it towards Platboy Max because supposedly he had invited Platboy Max, but Platboy Max didn't show up. Platboy Max reacted to what Baby Rich said. This is what happened.
These lame ass streamers fake as fuck. All these niggas be begging bro for.
He's reading Baby Rich's tweet.
These lame ass streamers fake as fuck. All these niggas be begging bro for collab. He pull up, but they don't pull up. Support his tour. Who is this nigga talking about, bro? Like, bro. Oh my God, Baby Rich. Who is he talking about, bro? Who are you talking about, bro? If you're talking about me, say that, nigga. Daryl hit me yesterday. He said, yo, pull up. He texted me. He said, pull up. Mad late. Day of. Gang, I've been stream and a meeting, bro. Niggas have lives and plans. At the end of the day, I fuck with DDG. I was in a hospital for a month. I got out the hospital and same day went to his video shoot because he wanted to drop a single for his album. So suck my dick, whoever's talking crazy or thinks they know shit. You don't know shit. Baby Rich, I fuck with you, bro. But you don't know what you're talking about. I'm not gonna lie, if you're talking about me. I don't know what you're talking about. But you know who they're gonna try to put this on. Facts. These niggas be knowing, bro. You know who they gonna try to put this shit on, bro. Like, it's like, bro, you can do this game, just address me, bro. This shit don't make no sense, bro. You don't gotta do that, bro. I fuck with Daryl. I ain't never hated on Daryl. And I show love to Daryl. And I support Daryl. I've done his shit. I've had him in my shit. He's been in my... I've been a part of his shit, bro. Because some shit don't work one time, now the world is ending. How about you congratulate your mans on his fucking tour? Just ending. Instead of worrying about other streamers. What is you talking about, bro? Okay. Shit don't make no sense. I fuck with this nigga though. Baby Rich, I'll fuck with you, but I don't agree with what you're saying. It's some bullshit.
Okay. And Baby Rich responded. He said this.
Max, I'm gonna be totally honest with you, gang. You was nowhere on my mind when I made that tweet, bro. How you gonna be mad at me? Cause you feel like the shoe fit though. You know what I'm saying? You can't be mad at me if you feel like the shoe fit. Like, I fucks with you. Like, I like, when I see you, I fuck with you and everything else. Like, nigga, we done had conversations and everything else. But I make a general post and you feel like it's about you, man. Come on, bro. I want, like, I'm the type of nigga, you, like, you know, nigga, I'll tell you in person to your face if I felt some type of way. You can't get mad at me about making a general statement and you automatically assume it's about you. If you assume it's about you, bro, that ain't got nothing to do with me, bro. Just to be honest, that ain't got nothing to do with me. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with you. You my mans, but that ain't got nothing to do with you feel like that was towards you. Because if it was towards you, best believe, I would have said it. And honestly, if it was towards you, this shit wouldn't even been on the internet. I would have came directly to you and told you, because I barely stream, so I barely be on here like that, talking like that, bro. It's like, any niggas know me, when I have a personal issue with somebody, I address you man to man, like, on some shit like that.
Okay. Now, I'll kind of sum this up pretty quickly. Congratulations to DDG, man. I like watching your tour. You did a really interactive, unique experience. I actually wish I pulled up to the New York show. I forgot what I was actually doing then. You didn't really invite me, though, so it's not like I ducked your invitation. But I know me and you are cool. Yeah, this is kind of the thing about, like, these streamer things. Like, honestly, everybody got their own thing going on, and this is where I kind of defend Max a little bit. Bro, people got to stop thinking they're friends with other streamers. Like, everybody kind of collaborates when it's beneficial for them, and if you don't really fit in people's plans, they're not going to care that much. Most streamers aren't friends. Most streamers only link with each other when it's beneficial to both parties. Most streamers don't do each other favors just to show love. This is a very competitive space, and what doesn't happen is people just like being happy for each other. A lot of the streaming stuff is fake, where you think people are like happy for each other or they're whatever, but in reality, it's competition, right? Shit. Again, I'm not saying Max didn't have something to do, but shit, brother, you know, he's not going to stop his world to come check you out. And if he was a friend, he probably would. But again, my point is no one's friends in this shit, right? Like, y'all remember Kai Cenat and Aiden Ross was acting like they were friends for the longest. Now they don't even talk. So when it comes to streamers and stuff like that, to expect somebody to show you love or be there or whatever, y'all are not friends. So I'm not that surprised. Nevertheless, I think DDG's concert was still good. And the reality is, which I think DDG knows, anytime you have an event and you invite people and people don't show up, just keep working harder, because when you're the wave, when Kai Cenat invites niggas to the Mafia-thon, niggas cancel their own streams. Like, they mama could be on a deathbed. They be like, oh, I got to go to that Kai Cenat Mafia-thon. It's all about clout. So all it means is that, hey, maybe the people you invited felt they couldn't gain nothing from it. And just keep working hard, man. The next time you invite somebody and they show up, you'll know exactly why. You did the work. That's it. That's it. Chat, we are going to let's jump into this Sean Gathright stuff. And, Sneako kind of like, he diverted me for a bit, but I'm here now. And chat, we got to see what the hell happened in the sentencing. Let's go to it. Julio Foolio sentencing. And if you don't know, this is a sentencing part of the trial for these people who have all been found guilty. Now, if you don't know, it's the penalty phase. Hold on, give me 1 second. Let me click here. This is what happened today. All right. So let me give you the update. So there was 5 people charged for Julio Foolio's murder. The young woman, her name is Alicia Andrews, she actually severed her trial, and she was able to claim that she didn't know about the plot. Somehow the prosecutors believed her. I thought she was going to have to tell on everybody, but she seemed to act like she didn't know too much. And then she threw into the mix, which I say this is a female benefit. She said she was in an abusive relationship and under threat and fear of her boyfriend either leaving her or not, or possibly beating her. she allowed him to take her phone, make calls, and pretty much participate. She did participate, she claims, unknowingly in his murder plot. Now, very interesting because she's seen as the only one on the Airbnb doorbell camera. At some point, I know that we're acting like these people are stupid, but if everybody's coming in through the back door, you don't notice something is up when you're the only one that walks to the front door and the camera's only capturing you. You know, she tried to explain it pretty well, and she did get convicted of some stuff, but it's not first-degree murder. So what happens in Florida is first-degree murder, the penalty is life imprisonment or the death penalty. It was announced earlier in the case that the prosecutors were going to look for the possibility of the death penalty. And with that election, it meant that if they were found guilty, the four of them, because remember, she copped out to some lesser stuff. I think it's like, I forgot what she was actually, let me actually look it up. Alicia Andrews she got convicted of manslaughter. Okay, so manslaughter, which means she didn't mean to cause someone to die. They got convicted of first-degree murder. The only two possibilities is life or death. Now, they got found guilty, and now we're in the penalty phase. And chat, it's been a lot of interesting stuff happening. I want to show you before his mom. Remember I kept telling you about this kid? He's like 20 years old. He showed up. You know, he's the guy who was the first guy out there with the gun killing Foolio. He started crying at the last hearing. Well, I told you he was living pretty good. His mama, like, you know, who claimed she didn't know her son was, you know, on some bullshit. His mama actually testified. And I want to show you, let's see if we can get to the mama's testimony real quick. Here we go. Let me see. I think this is his mom. Let's go back.
I'll pass the witness. Okay. Ms. Doherty? Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Harrington, for the 11 years when you were with his mother, it sounds like that you had a very loving, supportive relationship with Sean Gathright. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You went
Okay, the interview with somebody on Zoom. Now I think the mom is going to take the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Sorry. Good morning, ma'am. Could you please state your name for the record?
Here we
and
go.
Make sure you move up to that microphone because it's hard to hear sometimes.
Lisa Gathright.
So this is his mama. And his mama going to say she didn't know her son is a killer. Listen to this shit.
Your name for a court reporter?
LISAGATHRIGHT.
Thank you. And Ms. Gathright, what is your relationship to Sean Gathright?
He's my grandson.
So is his father your son?
Yes, he is.
And can you tell me a little bit about your relationship with Sean? Obviously, you're his grandmother, but are you close with Sean? Have you been his whole life?
I've been very close to Sean ever since he was born.
Have you been involved in his life since he was young?
Yes, his parents were both in the military and they were deployed, and there were times when both of the kids stayed with me for extended periods of time. He went to school in the town where I live, and
Where do you live?
I live in Oxford, Mississippi.
And did you live there when he was growing up as well? You've been there?
Yes.
Okay. So he would come and stay with you, live with you and go to school?
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell us a little bit about Sean as a child? What was he like? What was his character like? How did he behave?
He was a fun kid. He has a great sense of humor, a wonderful personality. He's just all around good kid.
Wait, this is not his mom? Is his grandma? Oh, my bad. All right, let's get to his mom then. Wait, this is his mom? No way. What? Wait. This is mama? Oh, so that had to be his grandma for the dad. Okay, let's get to it. His mama black? Oh, yeah, she definitely a fuck up then. I thought his mom would be a white woman. Here we go. Is this a mom? Give me a second, yeah. Here we go.
Sitting at my house. I'm someone who would chase popularity or have a large group of friends. The friends that he does.
This the mom chat? Yeah, whatever they claim that nigga did, he did it. Shorty showed up with a bad wig. Shorty showed up with a bad wig to be on the stand. You could tell she was just chasing dick the whole time. Real nigga shit, man. Word up, bro. I gotta keep it a bean with you, bro. Bad fucked up wig. Like, yeah, bro. Like, yeah, whatever they said that nigga did, he did it, bro. She ain't had no time to be being a parent, bro. No time to be a parent, bro.
It's a small circle, and they're very close to each other. On a Friday or Saturday night, you wouldn't find him out at a club or hanging out or anything like that. You most likely find him and his 2 or 3 best friends, you know, sitting at my house talking about who knows what all night long. And I'd get, you know, wrapped up in there, and they'd have debates, and it was something that was so nice to see in, you know, young men of this day and age, where it wasn't just about music or it wasn't just about superficial things. Like, they really had real deep, meaningful conversations.
And is Nehemiah Tudor, is he one of those friends?
Yes.
Okay. So we talked to him yesterday, and he was kind of sharing some of the things that they would do. And that was when you were in Jacksonville, right?
Yes.
When did you, give us kind of a time frame. We've heard about obviously traveling in the military. We've heard about living in Mississippi. When did you guys move to Jacksonville?
We moved to Jacksonville in 2016 after I retired from the Marine Corps.
2016?
Yes.
Okay, and did you stay there consistently till now, or?
Yes, yes.
Okay. At any point, did Sean move from Jacksonville?
Yes, he moved from Jacksonville. I want to say it was...
She's Jamaican?
2020 or 2021. He moved out to California with his dad for a while.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, that's all.
How long was he there?
He was there for approximately, I would say, 1.5 to 2 years.
What was his relationship like with his biological father?
It wasn't a good relationship. My experience with their father, which is the main reason why we were divorced, he had a very volatile temper, and I think as Sean grew older, I don't think he was the kind of person who would see like another confident male, even if it is his son.
Ma'am, speed it up. You failed.
Threatened by the person that Sean was becoming, but in my opinion, their dad was pretty insecure. So,
did it seem to be more volatile as Sean got older, like not when he was a little kid?
As Sean got older, yes.
What about Sean's behavior? Did you have behavior issues with him? Did he have to be punished a lot?
No, Sean was such a good kid. No, he was mature. He was, you know, so.
Actually, I do believe her. Like, I would imagine, a lot of times, but that's a sign of a bad parent. Because I'm pretty sure Sean was a good kid while around his mom. Like, everybody has that one friend that their mom don't know what they're into. And when they're around their mom, they're like an amazing child. So she only knows that side of him.
Like, he could be serious and really understand what he was supposed to do. Didn't mean he always did it. He, you know, he did the usual kid things. You had to tell him 2 or 3 times, hey, go clean up your room, do the dishes, stuff like that. But he never made a big fuss about it. We didn't really have any arguments. And we had one argument, and I think it was more just about frustration, about trying to figure out, oh, no, here we go. So when he started college the first semester.
Where did he go to college?
He went to FSCJ. So the first semester, I paid for the first semester and everything, and he, you know, went to, but his grades were not that good. Like, he was doing, I think it was like C's and stuff like that. And I said, hey, if you don't I was like, I'm not paying for another semester. You're going to have to pay for it. So he started working, and he completely turned his grades around. And I was like, you know, when you have investment in, you know, your own thing, and mama's not paying for it, and you got to use your own money for it, it really...
Is his dad white then? If she's black, well, I guess his dad will be white because we just seen the white grandma. So I guess she married the guy.
I think it really gave him like a kick in the butt to realize that, hey, you gotta take this seriously when you're the one who's invested.
Where was he working to pay for school?
Here in Jacksonville, like football. It's like a youth football. Players would pay him like.
What did he go to school for? Do you remember? What did he start studying?
He got into media when he was at Julia Landon, and he wanted to get into, you know, doing filmography. There's a part when they were little, people thought they were twin arguments and everything like that, but at the end of the day, they were so...
Relationship with Sean now, and obviously you were close with him growing up, and he lived with you, you know, when you weren't deployed mostly, but have you maintained a close relationship with him as he's gotten into adulthood?
Oh, yes. Yes, I have, and he's become the cool, logical head that, like I said, that's like, Mom, no, I don't think this is a good idea.
He's still supportive of you?
Oh, yeah, he's still supportive of me.
Is he a killer?
Just as I was supportive of him as ever. He's my
So this isn't trial necessarily. This is a penalty phase. This is sentencing. So these are character testimonies. So you want to make him seem like he was a productive person to the community. They were pleasant outside of this one bad decision. Because, again, remember, the jury still has to deliberate and pick who's going to die and do life in prison.
boy.
And will you continue to have that relationship with him moving forward?
Oh, forever, forever.
You want me to have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Questions? Just briefly.
So now I believe the state is going, and the state is going to basically say, hey, do you know your son was a murderer? And I'm pretty sure she's going to play dumb.
Ms. Lyle, your son also went to community college, is that correct?
Yes, FSCJ.
Yes. And besides that brief period of time where he wasn't doing so well, he normally was a good student, is that correct?
Yes.
And he traveled a lot throughout growing up?
Yes, as a part of just being in the military and also.
With you, he traveled
Yes.
as well. And you said that he had a close group knit of friends, is that correct?
Yes.
And later, while he was living with you, one of those close friends was Isaiah Chance, isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
And you didn't have any concerns about his close relationship with Mr. Chance, isn't that true?
That's true.
I have nothing further, Judge.
Basically just pointed out, all right, so you say he was all these things, but his friends was this guy, right? Okay, good. We don't got to ask him more.
Redirect? Okay, may this witness be excused? Yes. Okay, very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay.
All right, and who's going to be your
Now he's going to take the stand himself.
next witness? Okay.
No, actually, I think his sister's going to take the stand. All right, let's get to it.
Did you guys always stay together?
Yes, we moved a lot, but we've never been apart.
So if he would go to Mississippi,
Damn, it looks just like him, huh? That's his sister. All right, let's get to him going on the stand.
looks like he's reading to a baby that probably isn't old enough to carry yet, huh?
Yeah. Aww.
Here you go.
Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, the tears coming again. Here we go, man.
Both of you have nice, prized.
Damn, look at yo, chat. I'm not heartless, but we got to remember. You know, every time, because I feel like somebody gonna be like, "Damn, Ak, you heartless." I'm gonna put this video up because you're gonna like. We all have empathy, so every time we're gonna have to do this. We're gonna have to remind you. Every time y'all like, damn, Ak, yo, why you laughing? Damn. we're going to remind you, this is him. This is him. I'm going to keep reminding y'all. Because we're not, look, this is him. Yup. This is when, so for anybody's like, oh man, this is kind of sad. Well, this was kind of sad too. Okay? This was kind of sad. Yup. Y'all want to count the bullets? Let's count the bullets. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Okay, yeah. That was sad too. So we're going to sit and watch this little bum cry, and we're not going to feel too bad for him. I'm sorry to say. At least I ain't. Y'all could.
Really think about when I think about what's going on.
Okay.
The boy was having a good time playing Call of Duty, being at home with his family that supposedly they got a little bit of money. He had his sister, his mama. He had other relatives. Looked like he had maybe had a niece or a nephew. And he left the house to travel to Tampa to go play gangster and to go murder somebody in cold blood. We didn't tell him to go do it. He willingly made the choice to give up that life. That life is now over. Now we analyze his next life, and we can't feel too bad about it. You can't feel bad about what he chose.
I just miss my brother.
Will you, do you still maintain a relationship today? Mm-hmm. You're able to talk to him and communicate?
Yep.
And will you continue to do that?
Of course.
And hopefully in whatever way possible, could he still be involved in your kids' lives and be an uncle?
Of course.
May I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions?
Yes, Your Honor. Ms. Gathright, you have character.
Every time you look at this nigga, man, you could tell. It's the regret. The regret in his face is so crazy. And again, I think it is important to kind of highlight these things to let people know he's the only one I see with this tremendous regret. It's like he's saying to himself, what the fuck did I do? He's watching his mama cry, his sister cry. He's seeing his grandma cry.
Your and your brother Sean's childhood as a good, nice, loving childhood growing up. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes, ma'am.
You said that both of you had wonderful, loving,
Nah, pan the camera back on him.
supportive relationships. Isn't that true,
Yo,
ma'am?
how many back rubs this nigga gonna get, yo? What's up?
And specifically when talking about male role models, you said that he had a wonderful relationship with his stepdad, Brian.
Yes.
He also had a wonderful godfather. His grandmother, Lisa Gathright, you both had wonderful relationships with her as well.
Yes.
And her husband, before he passed away, your grandfather, both you and your brother Sean had an amazing, loving, supportive relationship with him as well. When you all were living in Japan, you said that Sean had a lot of activities. He was very good in karate. Isn't that true?
Yes.
So good, in fact, that he got a blue belt in karate.
Yes.
So he was able to participate in a lot of activities. Isn't that true?
Yes, ma'am.
Very supportive family, both your mother as well as his grandparents.
Yes, ma'am.
Made sure that he was active and had lots of activities, including sports.
Yes.
Traveling.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Okay. Redirect. Okay. May this witness be excused?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. All right. Free to go.
Now he's gonna take the stand. They ask him, "Are you good enough to take the stand, my boy?"
Sure. All right. We'll take another quick, 2-minute break. So
They took a break because he crying. Wipe your tears, young man. They talking to him. You good? You sure? You know they trying to tell him, yo, bro. You gotta remember, you still that nigga. You gotta walk up to the stand just like how you walked him down. Word up. Just like how you was walking here, you gotta walk to the stand, my boy. Yeah, bro. You gotta walk him down. What's the problem? Yeah, don't come into court with your little turtleneck. You got to walk him down, my boy. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, but by number.
By number, okay. Description.
The chat, the nigga probably was living better than you at 20. He was living better than me. Yeah, look at him. He wanted to be thugging. It's so funny because you could look on his face and tell he just wants somebody to come save him, bro. Like, he wants somebody, like, it's kind of like he's sitting there hoping this shit is just a bad fucking dream. And I get it, you know, like that I have a little bit of empathy for, but, you know, based on what he did, like, it's not like we speculating, like, we know what he did. What, is it because he's light-skinned or he's 20 years old or what? We going to give him a pass? Like, bruv, he's a grown-ass man. He knew what he was doing, you know?
Okay, so Mr. Gathright, this is another stage of the proceeding where you make the decision and only you get to make the decision whether or not to testify, okay? You can choose to remain silent or you can take the stand, be sworn to tell the truth, and then tell the truth.
If he was gangster, the only way, yo, if I'm on the jury, y'all don't want me on the jury. Y'all don't want me on the jury. You gotta pop out like this. I'm putting that boy Sean Gathright to death, nigga, unless he come out like this. If he coming like this,
yeah, that's how I wrote a song.
Yeah, this how you gotta come for me to say, all right.
Hello there. Your Honor, I wanna say I'm sorry for the things I've done, and I try and be stronger in this life I chose, but I want you to know that door I closed. In Your Honor, I'm sorry, 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 sorry. To my mother, I'm sorry, 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 sorry.
To Foolio.
To the victim, I'm sorry, sorry.
Yeah, right there, be like, yo, to Foolio, I'm sorry. Yeah, that's how you gotta get it.
Sorry, 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 sorry,
oh, yeah.
sorry. Yes, Your Honor, I'm sorry, 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 sorry. Oh.
Oh shit! The nigga hit the like you trying to catch an extra harmony. Nah.
Oh.
Wait, what?
Sorry, sorry, sorry. Oh. Thank you, Your Honor.
Encore. Okay.
It's my understanding from your counsel that you wish to
Or calls case People versus Corey Harris.
Has anyone, including your attorneys, threatened you or coerced you or harassed you in any way in order to get you to make this decision? And has anybody made you any promises or assurances regarding what the jury's decision will be in this phase of the trial?
Your Honor, I'm sorry.
And you understand, no one can, right? No one can predict, like what any jury will do at any time. Your attorneys can do their best to advise you, but no one can ultimately predict. So do you understand that? Okay. And as far as this, at this stage of the proceedings, you will be permitted to testify, but we're not going to revisit necessarily facts, because then you risk potentially opening the door, and then you could find yourself in a situation where you could be required to answer questions about the case, and that's not what is meant to happen at this stage, and it could ultimately be negatively impactful for you if that were to happen. Do you understand that?
Especially if you want to appeal.
Okay, very good. So if he's going to testify, let's go ahead and put him on witness stand.
Here you go.
Okay, very good. Let's go ahead then and bring in the jury.
All right.
Okay, very good. Everyone have a seat. All right, Ms. Finkelstein, your next witness is? All right, Mr. Gaffney, please stand up, raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this copy be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, have a seat and you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please state your name for the record, sir, and spell your name for our court reporter.
My name's Sean Gathright, SeanGathright.
Yeah, this boy sounds sweet as hell, man.
I was born on October 20th, 2005.
Mr. Gathright, you've heard people speak
And my boy really didn't make it to GTA 6. Like, this is crazy.
on your behalf and yesterday, and I know that you wanted to address the court and the jury. So I would like to ask you what you want the jury to know.
I just want to address the court today, and, you know, I'm not here to dispute anything. I'm just here to be a man and take responsibility and express my feelings about what has, you know, this whole situation. You know, that's what I plan on doing.
Okay. And how do you feel? What?
I feel very remorseful, you know. This is a terrible situation. It's been a traumatic experience.
This boy know English now, huh? He's trying to be a gang member before. All that ebonics is out the window.
No.
Let me ask you this. So, how old were you when you were arrested?
I was 18 years old.
We heard that you had started some college, obviously probably didn't get very far, right?
Right.
What have you done since you've been in jail? Is there programs? Are there things that you can do there?
So, you know, I've gotten into programs. I've also, you know, I grew up, you know, in church and, you know, in a Christian household. So I refocused my, you know, life to Christ, and, you know, I've taken a lot of religious programs. I've read the Bible from cover to cover. I've tried to, you know, share some word, and, you know, we have prayer circles in the jail and stuff like that. I've led a couple, you know, prayer circles, and I've tried to, you know, kids around my age or, you know, younger, you know, since I'm 20 years old now, when you turn 18, you know, you go to the adult pods and stuff like that. So if I see somebody who I see, you know, has a lot of potential and has a chance to keep them from, you know, basically being able to be corrected at this opportunity and not come back, you know, I try to take them under my wing. As you see, I have a lot of resources and a lot of family that love me, and they've even, you know, asked me, like, hey, is there anybody in there who doesn't have somebody like that, who, you know, could we send them some money, like, you know, anything like that. So I've tried to, you know, be a vessel for God to pour over my blessings into those around me.
We heard from Mr. Bernasca, who said that, you know, in prison that there is opportunities at times to be a mentor, or you do orientations and peer-to-peer things like that. Is that something that you'd be interested in doing?
Of course, you know, I definitely want to, you know, try my absolute best to course correct anybody from falling down the path that they don't have to take, especially the youth. I feel like that's my calling that God has put on my heart to, you know, be a mentor to the youth and be a positive influence in this world.
What about those relationships? Like you said, you have a lot of people. Are you able to maintain those relationships now?
Yeah, so, I mean, everybody who I, maintain a relationship wasn't able to all be here today or, even testify. But, I talk to them daily, weekly, bi-weekly. I cherish my supporters very deeply, and I want to maintain a relationship with them for the rest of my life.
And I know, we're not going to talk about the case itself, right? But you said that you were taking accountability, you felt remorseful. Tell us what you mean by that and what statement you want to make.
To the victim's family,
I
want to send my deepest condolences, and I understand that it's hard losing a child, a best friend, a brother, a cousin, and for that I just cannot say sorry enough. I feel terrible about the situation, but I'm a firm believer that God can use anything for good that the devil wants it for bad. And so I am grateful for the people I've met, for the lessons that I've learned, for just this experience in general, because it's one that I'll never forget, and it's going to shape the rest of my life.
Sounds like there's that saying that's kind of cheesy, but you make lemons out of lemonade or whatever.
Lemonade out of lemons.
Somehow. I obviously don't make lemonade, but it sounds to me like you are going to try and make the best of a bad situation. Does that sound about right?
Of course.
And are you going to continue to do that?
Of course. I'm going to try to, continue a humble life, a righteous life, try to do the right things at all times, and,
Will you apprise yourself? We've heard about some, courses and programs and things that you can get involved with to stay busy in prison. Is that something that you plan to do?
Yeah, so hearing Raul's testimony was, the first glimpse that I have of, what prison it could be like. I want to stay as busy as possible, stay away from bad apples. I want to, keep a job, get into programs, try to get into any vocational things I can do, try to, keep my record clean to, go to the best incentivized things and have visits with my family. And, I just want to just stay out the way, I just want to make everything, peaceful as can be.
Even knowing that you're not getting out of prison, you want to make the best of your stay there?
Of course. I mean, who wouldn't? If you're going to be somewhere for the rest of your life, why would you make your life a living hell?
And you're young, right? You're 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness.
Okay. Stay.
Man, this is sad for the parents, though. The grandmother and the mom have to listen to their son basically, kind of like accept this life of they'll never be free again.
You would agree with me that Charles Jones was young too, wasn't he?
Oh, shit. Oh, nah. They're not playing with him. You'd agree that Charles Jones is... You agree that Julio Foolio was young too, right, nigga?
Relatively young, yes, sir.
26, right?
Yes, sir.
That's what the evidence showed us, correct? You were sitting here watching that, correct?
This nigga not playing with him. This nigga want him to die.
Evidence that came in over the last several weeks?
I was right there.
Yeah. And you want to take accountability now, correct? You want to take accountability now that this jury has found you guilty, correct?
Yes, sir.
Weeks after we went through a trial. Is that your testimony?
Nah, yo, this guy's not playing with him. Oh, now you want to take accountability after we go through trial, right?
I'm going to sustain the objection.
Yeah, you could tell the judge a little softy pants. This nigga a little bit too aggressive with how he coming, but he coming hard. Pause.
You indicated this was a traumatic experience. Is that right?
For who?
Yes, that's what you just testified to, correct?
Yo, this nigga, you could tell.
That's what I said.
Show him the picture of the murder. Show him the picture of the murder.
Just have one moment, Your Honor. I'm trying to get the all.
Yes.
You trying to get the picture of the murder. Look. You said it was traumatic, right? What about this picture of Julio stretched out all over the car, dead.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Stage 25C, you remember Gino Norris?
Oh my God.
Yes, sir.
You remember him?
Yo, they going crazy on him. Nah, the state dropping 30. They dropping 30 on him. Yo, was this traumatizing, Gangy?
He was also really young when this happened, wasn't he?
I didn't know how old he was.
Early 20s, 22. Would that surprise you?
No, it wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah. Gino Norris, who's not a gang member, who's Charles Jones' friend from the time.
Yo, they're frying him. Frying. Yo, all them tears. You got your mom, your grandma, your sister. Nigga, what you think this is Sunday dinner? Nigga, get the fuck out of here, nigga. Yo, let's bring up the pictures of the blood, the murder, the bullets. Let's bring that up. Nigga over here like, yo, sobbing and like, yo, man, yo.
Children. That's the legal basis.
What you mean legal basis?
Okay. Come on up, counsel.
Yeah, nah, the judge soft. The judge is like, come on, chill. Like, you can tell the judge is on some chill shit. Nah, ain't no chill. This is a prosecutor. This is defense. Now throw the pick back up there. Throw it back up there.
C. Xavier.
Yo, the nigga talking about yo, when he in prison, he got to make sure he watch out for bad apples. Nigga, you the bad apple. Nigga, you're the bad apple. You're the bad apple, you fucking idiot.
25C, Gino Norris.
Oh, he put it right back up.
And you saw the autopsy photos of Charles Jones. My question to you is, after you and your friends inflicted that carnage on June 23rd, and as you were running stage...
Did you put up a Don Julio bottle on your goddamn story?
2059C, this is actually you running...
Oh, you getting cooked. Oh, look.
...to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
Ah! Chad, I found a good reason to use it now.
This is actually you running to shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
Which one is that? Nah.
To shoot them, but when you were running back past that Tesla, were you feeling a lot of trauma at that point?
You don't know what to say. You don't know what to... Yo, this prosecutor, you could tell this nigga is cooking.
So long ago, I try to not remember anything from that night.
Were you remorseful as you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing?
Yo, Judge, let that man cook. Let that man cook. He cooked Foolio. Let him get cooked on a stand. Nah. This prosecutor is not playing. Yo, was this traumatic right here? Nah.
As you were running back with that AR-15 in your hands?
Like I said, I try to remember nothing from that night.
Was it traumatic to you as you went back to the car with that AR-15? Was it still smoking? Was it still warm in your hands from firing?
Sustain the objection.
Oh, the judge is sustained. The judge soft. The judge soft.
Were you feeling remorse as you were getting back into the Impala?
Like I said, I just try to focus on today and moving forward.
So the next day,
when you posted Don Julio bottle,
that Impala, that was your car. You drove that around, right? It was your mom's, but you drove that car, correct?
Yes, sir. It's my mother's car.
Right. And that was the car you drove from Jacksonville to Tampa in, correct?
I'm going to object beyond stuff.
I'm working to a point, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't we just get there?
All right. So this car, this Impala that you drove from Jacksonville to...
By the way, chat, I'm going to be honest with you. His testimony here is cooking him for appeal. Like, he's now on record admitting that that's his car, that it was him. He's admitting. He's cooked on appeal. You get what I'm saying? This is why they're telling you you're taking a big chance here. Now, if they're going to coach him up, he should have been like, oh, I don't remember. They could say like, yeah, I don't remember. But here's the thing. It's going to defeat the whole point you came up here. You came up here to say you're sorry. You can't be like, because the prosecutor is going to say, you're sorry for what? So you kind of have to admit. You get what I'm saying? So you kind of have to admit, but it's cooking you on appeal. Now, let's be honest. Do we think he was going to get beat appeal? Fuck no.
Tampa in with Mr. Chance and Miss Andrews, the one that you drove in tandem with the Silver Cruise, the same car that you utilized to drive the assault.
Yo, chat. Oh, you know what we need? Hey, could one of y'all get me this? I need this as a soundboard thing.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Yup. I need this.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Yeah, I need that. I need that, chat.
Yeah.
Assault team, the shooting team, which you were a part of that night, that same car that you drove around Tampa in the early morning hours for several hours, tracking, stalking, and hunting Charles Jones and his entourage.
Sustained.
That same Impala, you drove that to Polk County the next day, and you dropped it at your grandmother's house, right? The same grandmother who came in here last night and testified for you, correct?
Overall, go ahead. You can answer that question.
Isn't that correct?
What is the question?
You dropped the Impala, the one that had all of these
You dropped it at your granny's house, right, nigga?
shooters in it, the one that was utilized in this murder, that was such a vital cog in this plan. You dropped it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale, didn't you?
I'm here to testify about today.
Are you going to answer that question, or are you going to avoid it? Because that's not what I asked what you were doing here today. I think we all understand what you're here to do today, what you're testifying.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Yeah.
I'm asking you specifically about your remorse. Were you remorseful when you dropped that car off and left it at your grandmother's house in Auburndale?
I did go to my grandmother's house.
Were you feeling remorse when you hugged her with the 4Runner and left her with the Impala after you wiped it down?
Sir, I'm just telling you that today I would like to express my remorse to the
I
family and to the court.
I understand what you're trying to do today. I'm asking you, since you're trying to convince this jury that you were...
Yo, he seems so this. He's like, yo, bro, I'm just trying not to get the needle, bro. Please, bro, let me just, yo, I'm gonna be honest with you. All right, I want to show you a human side, because like this is a very serious situation. Man, it's so crazy how one stupid decision, one moment could really change your life. And I know I'm making fun of this dude, but he's a good example of actually not being numb to this process. I think some of these other guys, they're numb to the process, and also they're thinking about, oh, now I got to keep it real. You could tell he's having all the range of emotions as, yo, I fucked up. Why did I do this? Damn, I'm fucking stupid. Now, doesn't mean they don't deserve the penalties. I think he deserves all the penalties. But we also got to see what happens when someone makes a fucking mistake and you see him trying his best, trying to wiggle out of it or not try to get the worst penalty, which would be death. And that's the actual real reaction to what most people would go through if they did some dumb shit like this. You know what I mean?
Remorseful. Were you feeling remorse that next day or later that day?
I don't remember these days in detail, how I was feeling, what I was thinking.
What about later that night when you went to Orlando? Were you feeling remorse when you were out partying at Club Parlay, celebrating what you had done that day?
That was my sister's birthday party.
What did you feel any remorse while you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs? Did you feel remorse
Testify
then?
about today, sir.
Yo, chat.
Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting cooked.
Yo, this lawyer on bad timing.
While you were drinking Don Julio tequila and putting that in your video and throwing gang signs?
I'm here
Did you
to
feel remorse
testify about today, sir. We've all seen the evidence. We've all reviewed everything.
Mr. Chance, it's not time for you now.
It's not his name is not Chance. His name is Gathright. So the prosecutor got it wrong. His name is Gathright. I guarantee he won't correct him though. You see, he's terrified. And I also want to point out, this nigga was big bad in the streets with a gun. The prosecutor is now grilling him and he's terrified. Let's see if he'll correct him. Like, my name is not Mr. Chance. Isaiah Chance comes afterwards. Let's see if he's going to correct him. Like, nah, I'm Sean Gathright. Let me see if he's going to keep it.
Speeches, you've politely answered your counsel's questions. Can you not answer the state's questions? Is there something about my question you don't understand?
I was getting to
I'm
it.
sorry, Mr. Gathright. I called you Mr. Chance.
Okay.
I was getting to my answer. Like I said, I've seen all the evidence.
Well, we've all seen all the evidence,
yes,
right?
sir.
And after all that evidence came in, and this jury based their true verdict on that, convicting you, now you're taking accountability? Is that correct?
Sustain the objection. I think the question on the table was...
Yo, even the judge feel bad. The judge feel bad. Yo, Better Call Saul, like, yo.
Remorse about
It is, Your Honor.
You just need to answer that question.
So I'm going to ask you very specifically, okay? So try to focus with a laser beam here, Mr. Gathright. Were you feeling remorse when you were in Club Parlay in Orlando drinking Don Julio? Were you feeling remorse for what you did earlier that day?
I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking.
Drinking Don Julio. Were you feeling remorseful when you were drinking Don Julio, bro? Yo, I ain't gonna lie. Whoever get a case versus this prosecutor in Tampa, you're cooked. This nigga is not playing. He already got the win. There's only two options for you, life or death, and he's still going hard.
Feeling remorse when you got pulled over in the Forerunner a couple of days later by the police?
I don't remember. I was nervous. I mean, I had never been involved in any police
Were you feeling
matters.
remorse when you were unloading the Impala and putting all of that evidence into the Forerunner? Did you feel remorse?
Sir, I told you I don't remember how I was feeling or what I was thinking in those days.
I want to see his mom's face while all this happening.
Mr. Gathright, you have led, you would agree with me, an extremely privileged life, haven't you?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with that, correct?
I would.
You've had a loving mother, correct?
Yes, sir.
A loving sister, correct?
Damn.
Yes, sir.
You've had two wonderful grandmothers, correct?
Yes, sir.
You would agree with me, right?
I couldn't deny that.
One of which probably, I'm assuming, sacrificed and paid for you to go to that private school, that preparatory school, correct?
It wasn't paid. It was a magnet program, so I had to apply, and it was a lottery system.
It was a lottery system. Okay, so it was a magnet.
Yes, sir.
All right. She supported you going there, did she not?
Everybody did.
Gave
yes,
you open use of her house, welcomed you, treated you, and parented you, basically, didn't she?
Yes, sir.
Took care of you when your parents were deployed, correct?
Yes, sir. At the time, I was living with my grandmother. Both of my parents had been either retired or out of the military. I was just living there more so. I needed a change of scenery, and my relationship with my father wasn't sustainable.
Okay. This is when you're in Oxford with your grandmother.
Yes, sir.
The nice lady we saw earlier came in here.
Yes, sir.
The one that has supported you and spoke so lovingly about you, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so you went to this preparatory school, and whether you got in there through a lottery or not, you would agree with me, not everybody gets to go to a school like that, correct?
The lottery school, the magnet school I went to was in middle school when I was living in Jacksonville. The school I went to in Oxford was just a public high school.
A public high school.
Yes,
okay,
sir.
my mistake. So you went to that preparatory school in Jacksonville.
Yes, sir.
But again, that school was not something that every kid gets to go to, right?
No, sir.
Not every kid gets to have a counselor and a role model like Mr. Edwards, correct?
No, sir. I was very blessed.
And not many children get to fly in planes with their stepfather, correct?
No, sir.
And fly around in Asia and get to see islands off the coast of Okinawa, correct?
No, sir. I was
And go on
very
camp-
blessed.
You are very blessed, aren't you?
Yes, sir.
And not every kid gets to go to Scotland, right?
No, sir.
Or Ireland,
No, sir.
or Paris,
No, sir.
or London,
No, sir.
or Spain,
No, sir.
Cape Town, or Johannesburg, or both in South Africa.
Cape Town.
Cape Town, beautiful city, right? You got to go experience that when you were growing up, correct?
I did.
Because you had such loving people around you supporting you, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, your grandmother went with you on that trip, did she not? Or not on that one, but on the ones to
Several
Europe,
trips,
correct?
yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And we heard you got to meet up with your sister in one of those trips, correct?
I did. I had the privilege.
So you always had someone there taking care of you, and you always had good, strong male role models, including people at your grandmother's church and your stepfather, Mr. Harrington, correct?
I had male role models in my life growing up, but in my more formative years, more so 16 to 18, I didn't. I did not have a relationship with my father, and the male role models that came and testified, they were present but not intimately as whenever I was younger, maybe middle school years. But when I turned around 16 to 18, it was the females that actually had that caregiving and, you know, nurturing relationship with me. But
Thank you for clarifying that. I appreciate it.
yes,
So,
sir. Towards the more recent years, I didn't have that one-on-one and very close relationship with, you know, those male role models in my life. You know, you heard my stepfather say, you know, after the divorce.
I did hear that, Mr. Chance. Let me stop you,
Mr.
okay,
Gathright.
and we'll go back to my question. I'm sorry?
Mr. Gathright.
I'm sorry. I keep calling you that, Mr.
Finally
Gathright.
corrected him.
Let me go back to what you said earlier. Between 16 and 18, you didn't have a male role model? Is that what you're telling the jury?
I'm not saying I didn't have any male role models, but day to day, you know, young men need strong.
That's not what I asked. I asked if you had a male role model between 16 and 18.
I had a figure that I could go to, but not intimately.
Mr. Edwards, right?
Yes, sir.
He had stayed in contact with you even when you graduated into high school, correct?
Yes, sir. We definitely maintained a relationship, but
And he
it
seemed
wasn't.
to be pretty enthusiastic about that, right?
Yes, sir.
In
Yes.
fact, you went on a cruise with him at some point, did you not?
Yeah, when I was younger, yes. We had
Okay.
a very close relationship.
And then from what you're saying, if I understand it right, the females, I'm assuming you're talking about your grandmothers and your mom stepped into the gap?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It was grandmother's, mother, sister. Those
So
are my- those are
let
my
me
parents.
see if I got this right. When you were being brought up, and you were being brought up by a mother who was enlisted or an officer in the military, an officer, wasn't she?
I don't know exactly what her rank is. I know she was a sergeant.
But in the Marine Corps.
Yes, sir. She was in the Marine Corps.
All right. And then you had a stepfather who was in the Air Force, right?
Yeah, he was.
From the time you were 3 all the way up to when they divorced in 2020.
Yes, sir.
All right. They taught you right from wrong, correct?
Yes, sir.
And we
Of
heard
course,
that
sir.
from your
Yes, sir.
grandmother,
Yes, sir.
right?
Yeah. Of course. Yes, sir.
Miss Lyle, she told us the same thing.
Right.
They brought you up in the church. They taught you about the 10 Commandments. They taught you about right from wrong. Did they not?
They did.
All right. And they were excellent role models about living your life in a disciplined, honest, and right way, correct? And being law-abiding, correct?
They really didn't have to worry about me. You know,
Well, let me just answer my question. Would you agree with what I'm telling you? That they were excellent role models of how to live a moral life?
Yes, sir. They definitely instilled the foundation.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing else, Your Honor.
Okay, redirect.
Mr. Gathright, despite living, I think I did that. Despite having what you called a blessed upbringing, you still find yourself here today, right?
Unfortunately.
Where you had lived, we heard about Mississippi, and was Jacksonville different than where you had lived previously?
Jacksonville was unlike any other city that I've lived in or visited or any other country. The cultures, the neighborhoods, the people, it's completely different.
And how old were you when you kind of started experiencing that culture shock?
So when I moved to Jacksonville, I was about 9 or 10 years old. You know, I didn't really know much about what the streets were, quote unquote, the streets were. It was more whenever I got to high school and I wanted to leave the magnet school that I was at. I wanted to be at more of a neighborhood school to be around the people I grew up with, because at the magnet school it's 30, 45 minutes away. I, you know, didn't really know anybody. I wasn't as close as the people who I grew up with. So around high school, that's when I started hearing about, you know, and seeing, you know, the different things like, you know, the drugs and people dying and, you know, stuff like that. And then I was caught completely off guard, but I was curious, like, what is this? You know, and listening to the music, like, I was just, like, caught off guard. Like, I'd never experienced something like that, especially living in Japan and, you know, living in different states around the world. I mean, or in the country, it didn't have what Jacksonville had.
And we've heard from a lot of people that knew you, and I think it's been a pretty consistent theme that you were mature and, you know, smart and interested in things. But you were still, what, how old around that time?
I was 14, 15, you know. I definitely would consider myself to be smart and, you know, mature for my age, but
Still curious?
I was still a young boy, you know. I still am a young man.
You think you were kind of impressionable?
I would characterize myself as, you know, at times being naive, gullible, impressionable, and yeah.
And so despite that upbringing, are you finding yourself, you know, you're in a different culture now, but you still want to be as successful as you can?
Yeah, so being in the jail, you know, I'm by myself, especially in a city so far away. I don't know anybody, so I took this time to focus back in on myself and just get back to the basics, you know, what I know, you know, and without anybody being in my ear or influencing me, you know, I've cut out the noise, you know, there's not many distractions in jail, you know, it's the same thing every day. So I started to work out and, you know, programs, try to educate myself more, plan, you know, stuff like that. Everybody asks themselves, or everybody asks God for things, you know, what we want God to do for us. But a lot of the times we don't ask what God wants from us. And so I've asked God that question, you know, what do you want from me? You know, I'm asking all these things from you. What do you want from me? And he told me that he's calling me, like, I feel like my calling, or what he told me, was to be there for the youth, serve the youth, keep them from going down similar paths, because there's a better way. And the streets is not the way. The streets are not the way.
Even having everything, tips and privilege and church and grandmas, and you still can find yourself going down a wrong path, right?
Objection leading.
Sustained.
And you feel that that's your calling?
Yes, I want.
Objection non-responsive.
Well, I think it's more asked and answered, but you can go ahead and answer. Just yes or no. Just answer yes or no. Do you
what
feel
was
that you're calling?
Just what you were describing.
Yes, I do. I would like to.
Well,
no,
no.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Okay.
no. You just gotta wait for a question, okay, Mr. Gaffrey?
Yes, ma'am.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. All right, members of the jury, I'm gonna have you step in just 2 minutes quick, and then we will return.
All right.
Okay. I also do want to play the warden in a second, but before I play that, chat, apparently this guy is like homie. So this is Sean Gathrigh's like friend. He had some words. He said, "Yo, bro, check this out."
I know them folks that killed Julio Foolio. Yeah, Sean Gathright was one of them. So he just got sentenced to life. Let's talk about him. I'll be honest, I grew up with Sean Gathright in Oxford, Mississippi. Me and Sean went to Oxford High School. Let me tell you, bruh, Sean wasn't no killer, bruh. I'ma keep that shit 100. Sean was not no killer. We used to sit on this man grandma's house and smoke weed together. Sean wasn't no killer. That's why, like, people who be going around with guns and that be talking about switches and do all this kill, they don't scare me. Nigga, Sean was a everyday regular kid. We would skip school, like hang out, have fun, and he one of the ones that killed Foolio. And I promise you he was smart. The boy was so smart in school. I know justice has to be served. I know justice has to be served. I know. But I wish there really was a different outcome for him. I really wish there was a different outcome for him. So y'all know them folks that killed Julio Foolio? Yeah, Sean Gathright was one of them. So
Okay, so he's basically saying he wasn't like that. Interesting. Now, what we do got to go back to is the warden. So on day one of the penalty phase, the warden for a prisoner, actually he's a former warden, he actually took the stand and he actually gave reason why Sean Gathright shouldn't be killed. He said there was actually some use for Sean Gathright and basically said he shouldn't be killed. Check this out, chat.
Father and his uncle were charged with the same murder. And as you
may not consider,
team will review them, place them on a docket, as they say, to be reviewed by central office, and move to a facility such as Santa Rosa Correctional Institution, Martin.
Here we go.
And Tarrant County is which major
Fort
city?
Worth.
Fort Worth. All right.
Yo, this prosecutor don't play no
But
game.
you work in Austin, but you live in Tallahassee. They go to visitation to visit someone on the weekend. They're escorted to a search room where they are searched and monitored, correct?
Yes, going in and out.
And then they're allowed to go into this open area, which I think has a maximum.
Clear it up a little bit. Some of the work that you've done, say in Texas and different counties.
Life, less than life, those individuals, if they're going to be getting released, that in many cases the assignment for them.
Here we go.
When someone is sentenced to life without parole, is the goal of the Florida Department of Corrections to rehabilitate that person?
Objection outside the scope.
Ebro, go ahead.
No, in my many years of experience as classification officer and supervisor, the standard practice across the industry, those who are serving a term of life, they're not the ones that we are focused on making an investment in. We look at those individuals who have a term of years, so we can provide them programs, betterment, peer-to-peer self-assessment programs, because the goal is to get them in a place so when they get released, they do not reoffend. And with a lifer, we are aware they will never leave the prison system. The only opportunity they will have is they end up at a prison in which maybe we informally as classification officers would keep a list. So if we had a vacant seat in a particular program and they were behaving and following the rules, we would insert them so that seat wouldn't go to waste, but they're still required to work 60 hours a week. They do not get out of work. Versus those with a
damn 60 hours a week
term of life, less than life, those individuals, if they're going to be getting released, that in many cases the assignment for them will be education half a day and then work the other half.
So although we've heard that someone serving life without parole is required to work and then may have some opportunity to do programs or mentorships, the ultimate goal is still punishment, correct?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, very good. May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
Oh, no.
Testified, I think he said it was 20 times over the last 5 years.
Approximately, yes.
And you've given similar testimony to what you gave today?
Yes.
About the conditions within the Department of Corrections?
Yes.
Okay. You've never testified in those
Based on
cases
Mr.
for the state of the
Gathway's
prosecution, correct?
No, never been asked. I'm trying to look at my notes, then they can be considered.
Things you mentioned, right?
Yes, they have programs.
Can you explain what a typical day in the life of an inmate serving life without parole would look like, since they are required to work? What else does a day look like?
Consultant means not in my work capacity.
Mr. Bonosco to give his opinion testimony in the areas of corrections policy, practices, and conditions.
Mr. Foilio, witness this time.
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Have you ever consulted on cases for the prosecution or state attorney's office?
Oh, here we go, chat. We got it.
No. Start on the inside grounds for the first 3 to 6 months, and depending how well they...
Yo, this nigga find out all the work he gonna be doing.
That you mentioned earlier in your direct about somebody with an education, certain inmates can maybe be kind of mentors or peer-to-peer, I think you described it, working with...
Mentors? Like, fuck out of here. This nigga about to have to do manual labor, man. It's a young trung nigga, man. Like, yo, send him to the fields, man. Get out of here, bruv.
Inmates that are serving a term of years, meaning they are getting out of prison. Do you think that Mr. Gathright would have that ability if he were serving a life without parole sentence?
He would have that ability. Of course, classification will have to look at his behavior, but the fact that he does have a high school diploma, that is one of the requirements to be an inmate student aid, because they're helping other individual prisoners obtain some kind of education programming, so they have to have a high school diploma. So he does have the credentials to be considered for that type of work assignment.
And as you said, when he gets to classification, somebody there will make all these determinations once they evaluate him physically, mentally, behaviorally, all of that stuff, right?
That's correct.
And based on your previous work as a classification officer, you feel comfortable saying that he could potentially be in that role?
Based on my experience and 4 decades, someone who I met and got the opportunity to speak to, and his current housing assignment, he has the potential to be considered for an assignment like that once in the prison system, but that would be over a period of time. Every inmate who's brought into a permanent prison will have to go through a period of observation, and usually they start on the inside grounds for the first 3 to 6 months, and depending how well they do out in the heat and behave and follow the rules, then they can be considered for other positions which have more responsibilities or level of trust, but always supervised by staff.
And in the Department of Corrections, are there also what you consider faith and character facilities?
Yes, that is a new industry standard in the last 5 to 7 years. The Department of Corrections has quite a few of those that are spread out throughout the state.
And what do they offer to an inmate serving, well, I assume they don't include death row inmates, but if somebody's serving life without parole, what would that mean?
Anyone in the prison system up to life is eligible to be considered to go to that facility. For example, you have Sumter Correctional Institution, Everglades Correctional Institution, but you have to show a 2-year record of following the rules, no disciplinary reports, no kind of security concerns, just to be considered. There's an application process in which they will have to go through, because these facilities, they're also known as incentivized prisons. So they only want those inmates who are respectful, following the rules, and not going to be a security concern.
And based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes. With my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor.
Nah, I got a better one. I got a better one.
Age, physical abilities, things like that, do you
Those inmates who are respectful, following the rules, and not going to be a security concern.
And based on Mr. Gathwright's age, physical abilities, things like that, do you think that the prison would benefit from him in a work capacity if he were sentenced to life without parole?
I say yes. With my experience, not only just in classification, but as former warden and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we would put him out there to work, because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration. We have that, so we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them, since they are young and actually can do the work.
Yo, chat, I'm going to be honest with you. Hey, I know some of y'all think this is cruel, in a lot of other countries, I don't know if they do it here. Like when they sentence you to life, they usually include that in the sentence. Oh, I think Louisiana do it too, right? They said Louisiana do it. A lot of countries, they actually sentence you to labor. So I know some people are like, oh, slavery. Listen, brother, not because I walk Sneako down on that means I'm gonna defend this. No, yo, you not about to just be kicking it like bicking back, being bulled up in a jail cell with a TV and a cell phone that got smuggled through somebody's ass crack, while taxpayers are paying for your bunk and for your food. Hell nah, you gotta work. You gotta work. Hard labor, nigga. Hard labor. Word up. Hard labor. Fuck that.
Warden, and even as a jail administrator, he's someone that's young, he's healthy. In reality, we need that labor, we need that sweat equity, and we will put him out there to work because we do have an aging prison population, jail administration, we have that. So we put these young individuals to work and get some sweat equity out of them since they are young and actually can do the work.
And I know we talk about life without parole and death row, but for our jurors' education, in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life will never, ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed.
Yo, bro. Yo. God damn.
And leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number.
But for our jurors' education, in Florida, what does a life sentence without parole mean?
A life sentence in the Florida Department of Corrections means from the minute they're brought in, they're assigned an inmate number. He will be assigned an inmate number, and when he dies and leaves in a body bag, he will still have that inmate number. An inmate serving life will never, ever get out. There is no parole in the state of Florida, and they're not ever allowed outside the razor wire and the fence of a secured facility.
Damn. Bro, if that don't kill your spirit, I don't know what do, bro.
So the only way that an inmate serving life without parole would leave is when they die by natural causes.
Objection, Your Honor. Ask the answer.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I have a moment?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness. Thank you.
Okay, very good. Mr. Harmon?
That is included testifying in civil cases, correct?
Yeah, if you.
All right, so that was like a moment there. Now going back to the other one, the one today, I'll look to see if Isaiah Chance. They did one defendant after the other. Isaiah Chance time came up.
Every 2 years, so I've been doing that since I was.
This is him.
Still in the womb before he even became out of the womb. I knew his mom when she was pregnant with him.
What's your relation to him?
Shout out to this nigga, man. He keeping it gangster, man. Ain't no tears, man. You know what type of time it is, nigga. He a block legend, nigga. Fuck all that.
My relationship with his mom?
What's your relationship to him?
To him, I'm his godmother.
Okay. How do you know his mother?
Her school, but
David Bernard Murphy Sr. on the east side.
Okay, now this is funny. There's a part in here, chat, that they acknowledge. Remember, this is the guy Davion Murphy. They just acknowledge that this nigga's stupid. We shouldn't even like give him the full weight of the law. Like, he's kind of dumb. Wait, why can't I see the thingy? I'm gonna refresh it. I want to see the transcript. Yeah, they basically admit that homeboy is stupid as fuck. Oh, I can't find it. What the hell? There's a part of the shit where they basically testifying. And
Either the third or fourth grade, he had to repeat the grade.
Yo, chat. Their whole Yo, so for the first one, he's a light-skinned nigga, he crying. The second one, he trying to keep it P. The third nigga, this is the guy that was in there like, fa, fa, fa. This is the one that been acting up. Their whole defense of this guy is, bro, he too stupid to even know what's going on, bro. Like, don't kill this guy, bro. Like, he's dumb as shit. Like, this guy is stupid. Chad, look at this shit. This shit is comedy.
And he went to live where? I didn't catch that.
With his paternal grandmother, Mrs. Phyllis Murphy. Now, what's also noted, when he was either the 3rd or 4th grade, he had to repeat the grade, and he received a comment in the records of EMH, of educationally mentally handicapped.
Yo, they basically tell you this nigga retarded, man. Like, yo, come on, bro. You retarded, bro. Like,
Which is an indication of his low IQ.
Nah, this is crazy, Chad. Yo, nah, they cooking this nigga, yo. They basically say they too dumb, bro. Like, yo, come on, bro. Hold on. I'm gonna have to listen to this whole testimony. Nah, hold on. Nah, they cooking him.
Different areas of functioning. Again, they targeted almost every area of disability.
Okay. And was Davion also given an IEP, or an individualized education program?
So he was given IEPs across the board almost every year.
And starting when? From 8, time he was 8 on, or?
Right, 8 on. And they were relying on this IQ that was done when he was 8 or 9. And there was a recommendation that they retest him, but that never was done. So the IEP was based on this IQ that was performed when he was 8 or 9 years old, even though the recommendation was that he should be retested. And the reason he should have been retested is because the skills of an 8 or 9-year-old obviously are not as demanding as they are from somebody who is older. And as you're older, there's more demands, and the skills sets are quite different. And the IQ could have changed, and it would have been reflective.
Let me ask you that. Does someone's IQ change, or is it constant throughout their entire life, or what's the feel on that?
So IQ should be stable, but it should be stable at a point where there's a certain level of developmental maturity. So at 8 or 9, the individual is quite young, and that really is not a set determination in terms of what their IQ really should be or is. Okay. Once an individual is a little more mature and is a little older, so that IQ should be more or less stable.
Understood. Do you have an age that someone's IQ would more or less stabilize? Does that make sense?
So it should probably be around 16, maybe 15, 16. In other words, past puberty, where the individual already is like early adulthood. So that is probably the point where one would look at more stability in terms of IQ.
Okay. Anything else other than the 14 different schools? You mentioned the IEP program, the ESE, some diagnoses while he was in school. Anything else that you utilized in rendering your opinions that you're going to give here today?
So first, he was given the Florida Comprehensive Assessment Test numerous times. The records indicated that his score was never level 3 or higher. In grade 4, 5, 6, he repeatedly obtained level 1 in reading and writing. During high school, over multiple administrations, his scores were consistently at level 2. Now, an individual that scores level 1 is basically failing. That's not acceptable. 2 is also very low, and it should be more like 3 and above. So for the most part, he was low performance, below proficiency levels, and core academic skills with no marked improvement over time. So there was a consistent failure, and as the test was demonstrated over time, it really did not improve.
Are these the FCAT tests that kids have to pass or take every certain number of years that they're in school in order to progress and advance?
Correct. Now, because of the FCATs and because of his academic difficulties, he was diagnosed with a mental disability and he received Social Security disability. That was diagnosed early on with the attention deficit disorder, hyperactivity, prescribed medications, and he was taking either Ritalin or Vyvanse as a child, and because of the diagnosis, he received Social Security disability, an indication of his difficulty in receiving the disability benefit. In addition, he had behavioral problems. There was fighting, there was being kicked out. At some point, he moved out from his home, went with a paternal grandmother. There was difficulty with smoking, gambling, fighting, and so there was a combination of both academic difficulties as well as behavioral difficulties.
And
now,
that, when you said Davian was kicked out by his mother, would that have been in the 10th grade?
correct.
And he went to live where? I didn't catch that.
With his paternal grandmother, Mrs. Phyllis Murphy. Now, what's also noted when he was either the 3rd or 4th grade, he had to repeat the grade, and he received a comment in the records of EMH, of educably mentally handicapped, which is an indication of his low IQ, his low functioning, and that was noted when he was either 3rd or 4th grade. He repeated the 4th grade, and this was something that was noted in the records probably at the age of 10, 9, 10, something in that level. He was kicked out of multiple schools due to his behavior. He was sent to Jacksonville Youth Academy Level 6 program for 9 months from age 17 to 18. Part of the program, he was forced to go to school. Then,
oh, my bad. I said this is bad. Chat, with how stupid this guy is, like, why didn't they just plead insanity? They were saying the guy was mentally retarded, bro. As of a couple of years ago. Like, this guy is, like, dumb as shit.
and he repeated the 11th grade, which he had not completed before. Somehow his mother was able to reinstate him in public school for the 12th grade. He didn't graduate.
Let me just stop you there, doctor, for 1 second. I want to bring you back to just a couple of things, to highlight a couple of things. He repeated the 4th grade, you said?
Correct.
And then he also repeated with the 11th grade as well?
Correct.
Okay. With regards to medical or psychiatric history, such as any injuries to his head or what have you, can you go through those with us, please?
So there's multiple head injuries that Davian sustained. He was diagnosed again with the ADHD, and he was prescribed Ritalin.
Bro, how much things is this guy diagnosed with, man? This guy, just give him a fucking helmet.
Vyvanse later on. ADHD used to be called minimal brain damage. That was what it was called back in the day. It's changed, and now it's called ADHD. The thinking was that this is a brain impairment. So I mentioned that as of note that early on he was diagnosed with ADHD and was taking medication.
And is there a time where Davion and his younger brother were seeing a psychiatrist?
There was notes that he was seeing a psychiatrist, this Dr. Luis Quinones, every few weeks for several years. The records indicate visits from the year 2007 through 2010.
And how old is Davion as he sits here? Do you know?
He now is 28.
Really?
Or 29.
I thought this thing was in his 30s.
Present time?
Yes. When do you have his birthday on there?
His birthday is January 10th, 1997.
So in 2007 through 2010, Davion and his brother, his younger brother, were seeing a psychiatrist.
Correct.
All right. And was there also, can you tell us about an incident with a golf cart when he was 7 or 8 years old?
He reported crashing a golf cart into a car wash, hitting his head on the steering wheel at 7 or 8 years old, and he remained with bad headaches after that incident.
Okay, what about at age 14?
So he was a passenger in a car that crashed into a tree. He ran away and did not seek medical treatment.
All right, then I'm going to jump to 2015. Was there a time where he had fractured a bone in his hand, in his right hand?
He fractured his third metatarsal. He was evaluated.
All right, man, we don't got to listen to the whole thing. This guy is a bona fide retard. And
Here in the
I actually don't think
They removed them from the courtroom, and that is going to,
around.
again, a dysfunctional sit down
I think we're going to go into day 3.
executive function. There was records that
I actually don't believe that anyone has been sentenced yet. So everyone's kind of putting up their case. We're at Davion Murphy, which means the last one's going to be this guy right here. He's been seeming like he's out of it. This is Rashad Murphy. So that's going to be, I think, concluding tomorrow. But essentially, all these people, they only got 2 options. It's either life or death. All right? By the way, if you guys are on YouTube, we got like a couple more topics, but we're also going to watch our true crime video. Could y'all come on over to Kick? Please, if you can, kick.com/academics. We are going to be doing the last few hours as a Kick exclusive, and I do appreciate you guys watching on YouTube. We actually got like 14,000 people in here right now, but we're going to finish this stream off. It's 2:38 in the morning. We're going to finish the stream off on Kick. By the way, we're going to quickly move on to this. Let's see if I can get this topic done quickly. If you don't know, so His Daily Double has announced that Chris Brown's new album is on pace to sell 70K first week. He dropped an album called Brown. It's supposed to sell 70,000 first week. And what happened recently is Pitchfork. They gave a scathing review about Chris Brown's album. I'm going to try to read it here, but this seems more like a hit piece than an actual review. Check this out. It says, if you've paid attention to the last 15 years of Chris Brown, then it comes as no surprise. Wait, is it this one? Then it comes as no surprise that Brown, his 12th solo album, kicks off with a redemption saga in full swing. They keep trying to rewrite what I survived, judging chapters they never read inside. He sings over the beat the odds motivation pop of Leave Me Alone. A long time ago, Brown realized, possibly inspired by the efforts of the estate of Michael Jackson, who he worshipped, that he needed to shape his own narrative. He was a victim of the media conspiring against him, and that if he continued to remind their fans of the nostalgia of his youthful innocence and how cool his backflips are, eventually enough people would take his version of history as gospel or stop caring about whatever mistakes he made altogether. That's not to say he hasn't been an incredible popular hitmaker all along, but for a while there, people kept their loyalties to Team Breezy on the low. Those days are long gone. The other week we were talking Chris Brown in the barbershop, and one of the barbers was ready to throw down in defense of his honor. In 2025, Brown won his first Grammy Award in over a decade, Best R&B Album for the deluxe of 1111. Then he celebrated 2 decades in the game with Breezy Bowl, one of the highest grossing stadium tours in the last several years, where celebrities fanned out over him every night. After Bad Bunny's Super Bowl performance, he posted on his Instagram, "I think it's safe to say they needed me. A wish that seemed possible if Brown is a smash." The Chris Brown taboo has been lifted. If the musician biopic industry doesn't collapse, I could already see how forever Chris Brown's story will go down. He was a chubby cheek choir boy from a trailer park from small town Virginia, with a God gift for loose-limbed footwork and flips that sung about teen love with a Tevin Campbell-like gooiness. From his 2005 debut album, Run It, a crunk R&B jam that hit #1, he was the most beloved R&B prodigy since Usher, until 2009, when at 19 years old, pictures leaked online of a bloody beating he had given to the face of his then-girlfriend, the pop supernova Rihanna. From there, the story will recount how the media rejected his strides towards growth, skipping over the additional allegations of abuse. Jesus Christ. How they started like this? By the way, chat, they gave his album a 1.3. Just to let you know. They gave his album a 1.3. They're not rocking with C Breezy. And they haven't even talked about the album yet. They only talk about him beating Rihanna up. His first 2 albums have joints that were classic in my iPod, but back then, okay, so he's just kind of, they're like just like ripping him the entire time. Wow. Now, Chris Brown actually popped out, and he kind of like responded to the bad review, and he said this.
Team Breezy, I know people want me to get on here and, say some sad shit, but fuck that. We kicking their ass, goddammit. We ain't letting up. I'ma keep my foot on their neck, and we ain't stopping. You hear me? We doing this motherfucker tour. More shit to come. I'm not gonna tell you what's more to come, but it's coming at the end of the day. I don't give a fuck what these niggas is talking about. I know exactly who my fans is, and I know exactly who hearing this album. If you not my fan, I don't want you to listen to my shit. Go listen to motherfucking Zara Larson or somebody. Fuck them. Team Breezy.
All right. Yeah. Unfortunately, I kind of hate that Chris Brown's still going through it. It's always made it kind of impossible for him to be the best version of himself. And I could say that and have a critique as well. I don't think Chris Brown has made the best albums in the last couple of years. I do acknowledge that he did get nominated for a Grammy. He has a huge fan base. He's an amazing performer. But a lot of his albums are bloated. They're a test of attrition in terms of listening to it, rather than a test of quality and patience and curation, with a lot of like not just love, but just talent. And I think ever since Chris Brown's been used to like putting out these 35 song album or bloated albums, I think it's been a while since we've had one of those like really special ones. And his albums now, they're hit or miss, but his legacy of being just this prodigy is always going to live on. So, he's going to be fine. But it is unfortunate that when he's trying to get some type of acknowledgement to get to another level, this stuff always rears his ugly head. And I kind of feel bad for him. Definitely feel bad for him. I'm excited for his tour with Usher, but I'm going to be honest with you. He's in a situation where I think clearly he's better than Kanye, but I don't think Kanye will ever be forgiven. And just like Chris Brown, I don't think he's ever forgiven, except I think it's to a lower level at this point. It's been, remember that thing happened in 2009. It's literally been 17 years. And 17 years when they're reviewing his album, Pitchfork, they did a whole article on how he's still a piece of shit before they even got to the music, which is bananas if you ask me. Okay. By the way, I didn't see this in a trial, but they're claiming that one of Julio Foolio's murderer, the retarded guy, he couldn't stop laughing in court while his co-defendants were asking the jury to spare them. Let me hear this. Yeah, that looks like at the beginning of the case, not like while someone's on the stand. We would have had some audio. Oh yeah, this looks like it's in between. Okay. Let me react to this real quick. Chat, could y'all come over to Kick, please? Please come over to Kick. Come on over to Kick, guys. Real quick, let me address Boosie, who supposedly turned down another interview offer, but this time from Say Cheese, they offered him $15,000 to do an interview. Keep in mind, he wanted $30,000 from Vlad. Vlad was paying him $25,000. Vlad wouldn't go up in price. He quit Vlad. He did his own interview. Apparently, Sean Cotton offered him $15,000 to do an interview, and he turned it down as well. Sean Cotton mentioned it on a podcast that he had offered him when he turned it down, and Boosie decided to make this video. Check it out.
Sean Cotton, actually, you're wrong, bro. I'm not going to take no losses not fucking with Vlad, bro. You're wrong, bro. You're wrong, bro. That 25,000 5-6 times a year, bro, I make that in a weekend, bro. I make that 6 weekends in a row, bro. I don't need a podcast to be successful, bro. Like, I expect you to take your side because, nigga, you're a podcaster. But I think the real reason is you reached out to me last week trying to get an interview. And I told you no, bro. Like, you got to take that on the chin, bro. Like, don't go on the thing billing shit about me and how you feel about me. I mean, nigga, if you wanted an interview, you could pay for an interview, nigga. Like, bro, like, I don't need a podcast to be successful, bro. That's what you need to know, bro. Like, you talking this shit about this and that, like, bro. I just made one weekend with motherfucker making 5 years, bro. Like, I'm like that, bro. Like, this shit can't be stopped, bro. No weapon formed against me shall prosper, bro. But for you to keep doing shit like this, bro, like, I guess because you a podcaster, nigga. I mean, but you reached out to me for an interview, bro. No, bro, like, the way I'm doing my interviews right now, man, my 300 years from now, I'm gonna be getting paid off them, bro. Every time somebody posts, it's monetized, bro. It's monetized, bro. My grandchildren gonna make money off it, bro. It's monetized, bro. But you're wrong, bro. I mean, y'all stretching this shit. Y'all keep stretching this shit. Y'all keep stretching this shit. It seems like y'all mad. That's what it seems like to me. It seems like y'all mad. I'm not mad. I mean, that's pennies, bro. Shit. That shit is nothing to me, bro. I'm a hustler, bro. Like, I get this shit 9 different ways. I'm a hustler, bro. Like, you can't knock the hustle, bro. Like, but I think you mad because I ain't want to do your interview, bro. Like, no. Sean Cotton.
Now, let me give my opinion. I'm slightly with Boosie on this point. I do want to say Boosie has kind of like fell back. I ain't gonna lie, I haven't heard nothing from Boosie. So I don't know if he's still rolling out his interview, if he got another interview going on. But I will say that Boosie's not complaining about people not paying him. And we got to give him credit. He's not complaining. He made his decision, and he's standing on it as a man. But I can't blame the people who are talking about him either. Because here's the thing. they're making money off of Boosie by just talking about him, which actually, you know, proves their point that maybe they didn't need to have Boosie on the platform at all. So I can't tell them they're wrong for speaking about Boosie, and I can't say that Boosie's out here dragging it either. So, I mean, at the end of the day, if Boosie, you know, I'm glad he's standing on his principles. He don't care about the 25 grand. He don't care about the 15. He wants his price, and if he doesn't get his price, it's not going to work. I can't say I have a problem with that. So, you know, I know some people might be like, yo, you're turning down $15K for this, you're turning down 25 for that. Boosie don't seem to be complaining. I just can't be mad at like Vlad or whoever else that brings it up, because in reality, they're making their money off of talking about Boosie because it is a topic that people care about. And I don't know if Boosie looks at that and be like, man, shit, rather than Vlad talking to himself and him getting interviewed about me, I could have got another 50,000 or whatever. But he claims he makes that like in a weekend, so who knows? But I won't say Boosie is wrong, because I think Boosie accepts what's going to come with it. And I can't say whoever is talking about him is wrong either, because at this point, Boosie's opened it up where he's talking about him just gives people free cash. So defeats the whole other purpose. All right. Okay, chat. I'm cutting YouTube. Thank y'all for rocking with me on there, but we are all going over to Kick. Please meet me over at Kick. Rumble ad to cut y'all. And then YouTube. Last thing I'll tell y'all before, if you guys haven't copped tickets yet to my birthday show, please do. Tickets are still available. You know, a couple days away. Was it 2 days away? 3 days away? 2 days away? Love to have you guys in the building. Go to Ticketmaster, type in DJ Academics. You guys could order tickets, and I look forward to see you guys on Friday. Iceman will be out, and I will be in New York City. So that'll be a good time. All right. YouTube, got a blast. Okay.